reached only a restricted circle. With regardees, a much wider public was averted. In fact, what has come to be called the magical revival today is largely due to his dissemination of GD material. Before being convinced that he was justified in thus breaking his obligation, he went through considerable heart-searching. It may well be preferable that the magic of light should be studied and practiced, even under conditions less than ideal, rather than that it should be lost or destroyed through negligence, malice of meddling. However this may be, the fact that some years ago Regardie was robbed of all his occult material was inevitably seen by some people as poetic justice. Indeed, from a certain angle he views it so himself, as he tells me. From the serenity of a mature understanding, he also sees it as marking the closure of one period of his life and the opening of another. In 1956 Hermes Lodge, though supposedly dormant, initiated a certain Jack Monroe. He was breadwinning in a full-time job and soon became absorbed in working for Dr. Hugh Schonfield's Mondiavitan Republic, though it was plain that in his restricted leisure he had not the time to devote to this as well as esoteric studies. John Hall, who was then in authority, gave him the choice of concentrating on one or the other, and he chose the world's citizens. The Hermes egregore seems to have felt his defection as a serious blow, and from this time onward the lodge lost heart. Its more advanced initiates were growing elderly, yet they failed to groom any younger followers to take their place. As far as I know, Jack Monroe's was the last candidature which they accepted. Activities declined, though occasional meetings have taken place during recent years and perhaps still do so. My last information regarding its organization was that the governing triad consisted of the late Donald Hughes, a painter and widower of Hope Hughes who had been a former imperator, Mrs. Bingham Hall, an indefatigable worker for St. John's Ambulance, and Mrs. Carnegie Dixon, widow of a one-time chief of a mountain. She lived on the outskirts of London. By no means all members lived in or even near Bristol, and was head of the Cromlech Temple at the same time. The latter-day emphasis of Hermes seems to have been on social work. Donald was a prison visitor, ritual was in abeyance, though there was a second order and therefore a vault. How different from the time when Yeats used to stay with my Kabbalists Hope and Donald. Any study that was undertaken was strongly influenced by anthroposophy and also by the writings of Anna Kingsford. Mrs. Lucy Bruce lived in Edinburgh and belonged to Hermes as well to the Cromlech Temple. I think she must have had some connection with Brodianus, as she told me that she had learned formulae of exorcism and protection, mentioning the GD rather than the SM, but as a devout member of the Episcopalian Church of Scotland she was always more attuned to the mystical rather than the Hermetic tradition. My impression is that most adherents of the Cromlech Temple, or Solar Order as it was outwardly called, maintained as well some kind of ecclesiastical allegiance, if only by encouraging members of the clergy to join them. Mrs. Bruce built a house at the sea's edge on the island of Iona where she used to spend the summer and where I visited her. One room was set aside as her personal sanctum of oratory. It was scarcely large enough for group ritual, though there were 2 or 3 chairs for meditators. Did not light any incense for our meditation as we sat surrounded by walls color washed in sea green. I had an impression of elemental entities which she tried in vain to humanize. Now she also has crossed over to the Apple Blossom Island. Hermes Lodge came into notice recently when Francis King claimed that a small group broke away from it about 1930 under a dedication to Hermano Ubas. This in turn gave rise to a lodge in London, a new Isis Urania, in 1959, the Asterisk Temple patrons being chosen to perpetuate early GD tradition and emphasize a return to full orthodoxy in teaching and ritual. According to published statements, these lodges are still operative. However, people on the Bristol occult scene tell a different story, insisting that Hermano Ubas was dormant by 1939, has not been revived since and has no recognized offshoots. I cannot judge between these two accounts, and will only add that my own attempts to contact Hermano Ubas led nowhere. Most of the following names of members were given me by //M initiates: Rollo Ahmed Mrs. Bingham Hall, Mrs. Lucy H. M. Bruce, Dr. George Carnegie Dixon, Fortes Fortune Iovat, Mrs. Edith Carnegie Dixon W. J. Ellis, Fiat Lux, Margaret Frodsham Helen Graham John W. Hall Mrs. Marjorie Hall Olive Harcourt Joe Harris G. L. Harrison Ronald Huckman Mrs. Josephine Huckman Catherine E. Hughes, Lux Orta Est, Donald Hughes, RDC. Mrs. Hope Hughes, Spes, Mrs. Laura Lomas Colonel Richard Longland. Mrs. Millicent Mackenzie, Magna Est Veritas, John D. Monroe Israel Regardi, Admirum Iona Gloriam, Dr. Rickson, Lahore, Mrs. Elsie M. Rickson, Amos, Muriel Rickson Chalia Rickson Mrs. Joe Harris, Shore, Ada Severs, Benedicamus Deo, Colonel C.R.F. Seymour. The secret college in London, Felkin's third daughter Lodge, was open to initiates of the SRIA. And the following were its first officers: Drive W. Hammond, Pro Regs E.T. Patria, Dr. George Carnegie Dixon, Fortes Fortune Iovat, A. Cadberty Jones, Fairs Sans Dyer. The fourth lodge was Merlin, to which several adherents of Waite passed over at the disbanding of his holy order. He had kept the name Isis Urania though not its nature. Presumably some of the latter's temple furniture which Waite had been using also filtered through to Merlin. The following is a short list of members: Peter Burkle, Cephas, H. Collison Mrs. Rand, Vigilate, Mr. Sandrier Colonel Weber Smith, Non Sine Numini, Mrs. Weber Smith Sarer Benedict Anima Mea Domino. About the same time as he established these three daughter temples, Felkin inaugurated a side order, the Guild of Saint Raphael, which he started with the cooperation of several clergy and laymen who wished to practice spiritual healing. In GD and Hebraic tradition, Raphael is the archangel of healing. This group was accepted by the Anglican Church as one of its guilds, open only to its own communicants, and as such is still active today. It dispenses a rite of exorcism to suitable applicants, and there is currently some demand for this in Anglican circles. In this St. Raphael Quarterly for February 1956, an article by the, then, Subwarden and correspondence from members state that at its inception it was operated from a flat in Bramham Gardens, W.6, belonging to a Miss Caroline Amy Biggie, who was its first Hon. Secretary. Presumably she was a SM member inspired by Felkin, who represented the occult side of the guild's parentage as Canon Rosiver, its first warden, and the Rev. A.P. Gutch represented the C of E side. Other early members were Dr. Craffer, J.R. Pretty, the Reverend J.C. Fitzgerald, a one-time Murfield Father L. D. Prince, and Arthur W. Hopkinson, writer of a letter in the above correspondence. If some of these belong to the SM, no whisper of the fact is to be heard in the Quarterly. Here is the same reticence which marks biographies of Rudolf Steiner and histories of the Anthroposophical movement. You will look in vain among his followers for acknowledgement of his one-time Grand Mastership of the OTO in Austria, or even of his well-known presidency of the TS German branch, though he admitted both himself, if reluctantly. The Hermetic Order of the Sacred Word appeared recently in London claiming descent from the Stella Matutina. One would suppose it to have come through Merlin, but this was denied. The only remaining alternative is that it is derived from scattered remnants of Amun, if in fact its SM affiliation is genuine. Its moving spirit was a doctor of music named Roger Hunt, who was at one time closely linked with the dissident Bardic and Druid order, several adherents belonging to both organizations. The Sacred Word met at the Bardic and Druid orders' premises and wore the same type of robe and headdress. It had a checkered career with several upheavals and shifts in leadership, during the course of which it changed its name to the Order of the Light and of the Darkness. It severed relations with the Bardic and Druid order, itself a dissident from A.D.U.B. Then essayed a return to source by amalgamating itself with the ADUB. Under Dr. Thomas Morgan. This alliance was short-lived, and I understand that the darkness has now overcome the light. Dissidence spread, from Isis Urania, to, if Brodianus was using the title of Stella Matutina as early as 1900, and Waite did not quit Felkin and Brodianus until 1903, then Waite was also a .SAF member for a year or two. After this, he led off his particular cronies to form with him what he called the Holy Order of the Golden Dawn, retaining also the name of Isis Urania for his main, or only, lodge, even though Dr. Barrage had already established a loyal Isis temple. Once independent, Waite rewrote the rituals, pruning away as many magical elements as possible, banishing the gods of the Egyptians and introducing a more Christian atmosphere. Though he kept some of the Kabbalistic teaching, little of pristine power remained. However, his followers were not primarily interested in manipulating power, and his diluted version evidently suited them, since they jogged along amicably enough until 1912, when Dr. Rudolf Steiner made his first London appearance. This event proved so unsettling to many that 2 or 3 years later Waite disbanded the order, and soon afterwards Felkin's Merlin Lodge provided a refuge for some of them. Felkin was profoundly influenced by Steiner and had no objection to combining GD ceremonial with Steinrite study. Steiner had by that date abandoned his anthroposophical ritual working OTO, Rite of Memphis and Misraim, or whatever its basis may have been. The following is an indication of the members comprising Waite's earlier, 1903, venture, F. Rev. William A. Ayton, Virtut Orda Marcus Worsley Blackton, Caritas J. Occident Rarius, Nunquam Incidite, I Mrs. N. Ayton, Quant Potero Algernon Blackwood, Umbram Fugit _Agitabo, Veritas, 199. Pamela Coleman Smith H. Collison Arthur Mackin, Phidias Aquarii, Miss, Marion Mrs. Helen Rand, Vigblad, Robert Palmer Thomas, Lucent Sparrow, Mr., Sandra Yer Evelyn Underhill MRS. Stuart Moore Colonel Weber Smith, Non-Sine Numini, Mrs. Weber Smith Eileen Weber Smith Mrs. Williams A. E. Waite, Sacramentum Regis, Charles W. S. Williams. Frater Christopher and Sara Ilaria Marcus Blackton substituted Latin for his first, Egyptian, motto, and author Mackin changed his from Avalonius. Evelyn Underhill, who was a friend of Mackin's, owed some of the perceptions in her novel, A Column of Dust, 1908, to her experiences at this period. In his turn, Charles Williams owed a good deal to her for the layout of his own much better known esoteric novels, though he may not have become a disciple of Waite until long after she had withdrawn. Not all Waite's devotees were of a Steinrite persuasion. Those with a Neoplatonic bias buddied off as the Shrine of Wisdom, with headquarters at Herman Hill, North London. They did useful work in editing and publishing such texts as Plotinus on the Beautiful, 1923, the earlier members including people of some classical scholarship. In course of time they took a different name, the Universal Order, and held semi-public meetings at the Conway Hall, WCX. Their adherents wear a white gown similar to that of the Druid Order. Those with a speaking dash, or reading, part sit in a balanced disposition based on the cardinal points, and one of their officers is called the hegemon, otherwise there is little trace of GD influence. They own a country house at Brook, near Godalming, which is used for retreats or longer periods of study, and is open to members only. The system of ritual they work is not that of the GD, but there were, and perhaps still are, those among them who know the difference. Their archives should contain GDMSS. A friend of mine who belonged for some while ultimately decided that he was not justified in taking the oaths of secrecy insisted upon, since the teaching dispensed contained nothing that could not be gained by independent study. From the leaflets they send to inquirers, this teaching is based on a vaguely hermetic ecumenicalism, summed up in the title of one of their publications, Wisdom is One. If you join, however, you choose a way that of psychology, authorship, healing, education or study of the mysteries and approach it from a universal viewpoint. If they teach a Kabbalah, I would guess it is Greek rather than Hebrew. The order has even less of a genuine magical ambience than Waite set up dissidents. In The Trail of the Serpent, Christina M. Stoddard says that Waite's temple fell into abeyance about 1915 but was later revived. Beneath his seeming vagueness, Waite must have possessed considerable resilience, for in fact he soon attracted around him another group which he dubbed with complete absence of inhibition the Fellowship of the Rosy Cross. He gave it also an inner name, the Ordo Sanctissimi Rosii et Aureae Crucis, borrowed from the original GD's second order. He had now reached, or assumed, the grade of 7 degree equals 4n, and took a new magical motto, Adveniat Regnum. Between 1916 and 1923 he printed privately a series of booklets whose titles give an idea of his ritual system: 1 Ceremony of Reception into the Grade of Neophyte 0 to 0, World of Action I. 2 Ceremony of Advancement in the Grade of Zelator 1 to 10, World of Action 2. 3 Ceremony of Advancement in the Grade of Theoreticus Sic 2 to 9, World of Formation I. 4 Ceremony of Advancement in the Grade of Practicus 3 to 8, Formation 2. 5 Ceremony of Advancement in the Grade of Philosophus 4 to 7, Formation 3. 6 Pontifical Ceremony of Admission to the Grade of Adeptus Minor 5 to 6, Third Order of RC. 7 Ceremony of Admission to the Grade of Adeptus Major 6 to 5, World of Creation 3. 8 Ceremony of Admission to the Grade of Adeptus Exemptus 7 to 4, World of Creation 4. 9 Points of Contemplation preliminary to all grades. 10 Questionings of the grades in the worlds of action and formation, the first and second orders of the Rosy Cross. 11 Ceremony of Reception in the portal of the Third Order. 12 Additional rituals of the Rosy Cross. Includes consecrating a temple, celebration of the solstice, etc. Organism. 13 Solemn Festival of the Equinox. 14 Solstice Festival. I have had the opportunity to study in detail only number 1 of these booklets. This neophyte degree is, as might be expected, longer, wordier and less memorable than its antecedent in the GD. One wonders in what sense ceremony number 6 is pontifical * beyond the fact that it no doubt gave Waite an occasion for pontificating, also, why the Corpus Christi ceremony, integral to Rosicrucian liturgy, should be omitted. On the other hand, the solstice celebrations are notable as suggestive of cross-pollination with Druidism, since in Wells's Urania ritual no such festivals figure, though there is a celebration of the equinox. The third order is here reached by the Adeptus Minor rite and presumably entails no crossing of the abyss, as in the genuine tradition. While I am fairly sure that the Druid order's Nuita temple stemmed from some setup of Waite's, I am less certain whether the order of the cubic stone should also be placed here. In the accompanying table I have derived it from Nuita. Its founder, H. Theodore Howard, was a friend of Dr. Robert MacGregor Reid and kept in fairly close touch with ADUB when the latter was its chosen chief. The OCS has certain Celtic and Arthurian leanings, but if my surmise is incorrect this must be put down to the fact that my inquiries of M.R. Howard remained unanswered. The following is a far from exhaustive membership list. Several were only associated for a short time, Edwards and the Turners being the most active and advanced: David F. Edwards, S.F.C. Romeo Ferreo, Sally Harrison, Raymond Houchgo, H. Theodore Howard, Francis X. King / Robert Turner, LZI, / Mrs. Patricia Turner, also, Sorors Hi. And Pre Fratra Glad, equals Galahad. 1. 0. VPL Waite's, London, temple was at one time given the title of Salvator Mundi. He substituted Latin crosses, varying slightly in design from one grade to another, for the GD layman's. Merchandise of a Masonic supplier. They were of brass painted with a hue more brown than red instead of the traditional flashing colors. Their drab appearance an apt emblem for Waite's outlook. Yet his fellowship worked, at least intermittently, until his death. Latterly, the venue of meetings had been uncertain. Sometimes it was Earl's Court, sometimes Maida Vale, finally an attic room in the country house at Bridge, Kent, which his first wife, who died in 1924, had left to their daughter. Miss Waite had been displeased by his second marriage to Mary Broadbent Schofield, who had succeeded Mrs. Rand as his secretary, so Waite spent part of his time with her at Ramsgate, coming to London to see his daughter for weekends and other brief periods. After his death the fellowship still continued in some form. It had a certain following among Freemasons, and demands for membership brought its numbers up to the agreed limit of 75. A Rug Gun, a well-known surgeon and Mason, took over as imperator for a few years, and there was at least one initiation in 1948. A tenuous connection subsisted with Tintagel, where 2 or 3 members had houses, one of these a manor at Trebria, anciently a Templar property. In the early 1960s I was shown a smallish empty house in the Trevena neighborhood with a ground floor room at the back where, I was told, people used to meet under the rose. When I looked up at the ceiling I saw large plasterwork petals raying from its center. These far western adherents had long been abandoned, their letters to headquarters went unanswered, they did not know where to return their documents nor how else to dispose of them. A process equivalent in inverse direction to that of a member demitting. I was shown what must have been a copy of booklet No. 10 in the foregoing list, which set forth a system of question and answer. As far as I could judge from the brief glimpse I was allowed, its contents were clear and to the point, and it was illuminating as regards some of the symbolism of ADUB, which, as I believe, stemmed from it. I also saw an invitation or summons to a summer solstice ceremony. I feel sure that if the fellowship persists, quietly, even to the present time, it is worked from London. In his study of Charles Williams, John Heath Stubbs says that his subject was a follower of Waite but gives no details. His membership, of the Holy Order, may have been contemporaneous with, or soon following, Evelyn Underhill's. On the other hand, he may organism only have come in touch with the fellowship after he settled in London in 1917. However this may be, CW's own lightly organized company, the Companions of Charles Williams, is a distant derivative of Waite. With even slighter organization and no suggestion of an occult order, Evelyn Underhill also gathered around herself a company who came together wordlessly as kindred souls. Thus, though in a very different context, did the Cainites in Hermann Hesse's novel Demian recognize one another by an invisible mark on the brow. The following list records the names of a few of the later adherents of Waite. Alice Bothwell Goss, Marjorie C. Debenham, Miss, L. J. Dickinson, Ackroyd Gibson, A. Rug Gun, A. E. Waite, Adveniat Rentham, Mary Broadbent Schofield, Mrs. A. E. Waite, Una Sachs, Charles W. S. Williams, Mr. Wild Mrs. Wild, Sarah Lumen, a medical doctor, turning to the opposite end of the emotional spectrum in examining Isis Uranic. Last considerable heresy that initiated by Aleister Crowley. One encounters a demonic contrast to Waite's worthy bumbling. After a quarrel with Mathers in 1903, Crowley evolved over the next few years the AA, Argentumistrum Silver Star, taking its title from the Third Order of the GD, which was composed entirely of adepts over the grades of 8 degree equals 3D and comprised 3 degrees corresponding to the supernal triangle of the Tree of Life. Needless to say, most of his own adherents had not reached this exalted level of attainment. In 1912, after a call from Theodore Royce, Frater Superior or outer head of the OTO, Crowley was initiated into the sodality and became next year Supreme and Holy King of Ireland, Iona, and all the Britons that are in the sanctuary of the Gnosis. In 1921 he succeeded Royce as Frater Superior. From the first, he experienced difficulties in running the A.A, and the 0\T\0. In double harness, as others since have done, in practice, postulants applying for admission to the A.A after 1913 were discreetly diverted to the MMM. Mysteria Mystica Maxima, as the British branch of the 0.T.0 was then called. The essential difference in aim between these two orders consists, as I understand it, in their grant, and dissident spread, from Isis Urania, to, lative degree of inwardness, the A. being primarily a method self-development, while the 0T0 is more Masonic in e extroverted sense. I append two tables representative of Crowley's influence as infested in the fraternities he founded or inspired, one dealing Th Britain and the other with the New World. The influence of the T.0 came to preponderate in them over that of the A. A lich ladder represents the result of Crowley's GD period. Fascinator as are this T.0 affiliation and its results, they belong to a ID different from the present one. I shall, however, have something to add as to its tantric aims. Regarding the influence in Britain, an unexpected link-up with witchcraft revival appears. The founder of the Zozkia cultus, Istin Osman Spare, 1889–1956, has often described and illustrated five participation in the Sabbat. Dr. G. B. Gardner, 1884–1964, also is given an OTO charter by Crowley at some time in the 1940s. He introduced material from this organization and, less directly, the GD, into the lore of his covens. Here is a selection of those who were at some time members of the A or of Crowley's branch of the OTO or their derivatives her in Europe or the USA. An asterisk denotes that the initiate Cupid the office of Scarlet Woman in Crowleyanity, equivalent the Shakti of Tantric systems. Neth Anger Arnold Forster Tell Archer Mrs. Wieland. J. Ivor Back, Ferd Bax, Inc. Bennett, Ahahi and Progradier. Perceval Botsari Brooke Smith, A.M., Thleen Bruce M.R.S. Hilton Young, Audie Scott I.R.Y. Butts Mrs. John Rodker Rodon, Intha Butt Icum L.E. Burr. C. Orge MacNicowie, Fiat Pax, Lister Crowley, Purdue Rabo, 01 Sun Y, A. Orsk, VVVVV, Tomega V. Harian, Nemo, Phoenix, and 3 Aphomet, Marjorie Cameron M.R.S. J. W. Parsons, Babylon, Jane Charon Herbert H. Close Meredith Starr, Supima Sikor, Deirdre Patricia Doherty Walter Durante Mrs. Cora Eaton M.R.S. K. J. Gemmer Oscar Eckenstein, D.A., Edward Noel Fitzgerald Mrs. Britta Forkis, Bars Eden, Asterisk Jane Foster, The Cat, Hilarion, Ninat Fro Mrs. Shumway, Cyprus, Master, Shumway, Hermes, Jen. J. F. C. Fuller, Per Ardua, Dr. Gerald Brasso Gardner, Sire, Carl Johannes Germer, Saturms, Kenneth Grant, Aosic and the Master Nodens, _MRS Steffi Grant, Ilyatun. Arthur Grimble Eugen Grocia, Gregor A. Gregorius, Amy Guran Nina Hamnet Mrs. Olivia Hatton Benjamin Charles Hammond Count Louis Hamann, Cairo, Lady, Frida, Harris, Zaba, Joan Hayes MRS. W. Merton, Lone de Forest Philip Hesseltine, Peter Warlock Leah Hersig, Orpha Essie Mrs. Norman Mudd, A Lost Rail and the Ape of Thoth, Master, Hersig, Dionysus, F.L. Ron Hubbard _MRS Betty Hubbard Hanny Yeager, The Monster, Drive E.T. Jensen Augustus John. George Cecil Jones, D.D.S. George Stansfeld Jones, Akkad, Arcteon, Unus in Omnibus and Partival, Regina Call Rose Kelly MRS. Scarrett, Mrs. A. Leicester Crowley, Mrs. Gormley, Warda, Leon Engers Kennedy Jeans Tie. Martha Consul, IEW or IWE. Frederick Charles, Raoul, Loveday, AUD, MRS. Raoul Loveday, Betty May Mrs. Sedgwick Mrs. Mackey, Fiat Laud, Cecil Maitland Commander G. M. Marston, A.B. Herman Metzer, Peregrinus, Eleanor Mesdrove. Asterisk Roddy Minor, Ahitha and the Camel, asterisk Maria Teresa Ferrari de Miramar MRS. Aleister Crowley, the High Priestess of Voodoo, Norman Mudd Adam Gray Murray, Virtut et Lahore, Victor Benjamin Newberg, Omni of Inkham and Lampeter Stanley Kennedy North MRS. S.K. North Mrs. Filson Young, Mrs. Clifford Bax Dorothy Olson, Astrid, Gwendolyn Otter John W. Parsons, Prater 210 and Bellarion, Mrs. Helen Parsons, Grimaud, George Rafalovich Dr. F. Israel Regardi, Admirum Adonai Gloriam and the Serpent, Charles Rocher, Equo Animo, Cecil F. Russell, or Godwin, Fiat Lux and Jeans Tie. Dolores Silamo Elaine Simpson, Fidelis, Wilfred T. Smith, Freighter 132 and Vales Omniavel Nihil, Olga Sobolov, Austin Osman Spare, Ihavom Enzos, Gertrude S., Almira. P. R. Stevenson Mary A. Este Sturges, Vera Cam, F.K. W. Sullivan, _MRS Sylvia Sullivan Eva Tanguay Annie T. The late Lord Tredegar Raymond Tongue, Hare, Tranker, Reeknardus, Dorothy Trozell, Wes Run, Mrs. Greta Valentine Edith, or Leela, Waddell MRS. Bathurst, Layla, Eugene J. Whelan Thomas Windram, Semper Paratus, Miroslava Vasic, The Woman from Samaria, Jane Wolfe, Elizabeth Fox, Esti and Meetoneth, Gerald York, Valo Intel Leger, also Fratra, Fiat Lux Kefra NSF. OPUR Uranus WJ. It will not escape notice that of all my membership lists the foregoing is by far the longest, and I have not included names from more recent constellations such as the Suthies and Agape groups. Ben Sinister issue. Besides those who began their magical life outside the original GD, I include here those who, though initiated into Isis Urania or one of its daughter temples, soon moved on to a dissident group, doing most of their occult work after leaving the fold. The dissident offshoots of a genuine magical sodality bear the same relationship to their originating temple as bastardy does to legitimate succession, a parallel which I have already drawn. Is this important, so long as the dissidents pursue an exciting line of investigation? The answer depends not on a legalistic quibble but on acceptance of the reality and importance of the secret chiefs. If you think they are beings possessed of preterhuman intelligence and power, existing whether in the body or out of the body and periodically sending a new current into the subtle atmosphere of this planet, it follows that you cannot lightly reject their choice of conductor. Their selection must be respected, even though they may have had to choose the best of a bad lot, but once made, it cannot be switched to some other conductor by human caprice or even by human judgment. It is for the secret chiefs to withdraw the current should they so decide. In Western occultism their decision is as binding as the behests of the individual Gora in the East. For the conductor's adherents, the alternative is simple: either acknowledge his mission, or withdraw from his ambience. Spatially and spiritually no one is compelled to remain with a teacher in whom he has lost confidence. Dissidents always try to have their cake and eat it, but from the standpoint of the committed occultist, as distinct from the dabbler, this is not possible. However intriguing explorations of the latter may seem, they are without sanction from the initiatic chain and will suffer, sooner or later, from psychic etiolation. Beyond this, to sift the prime conductor's teachings and 209. Dispense them at hazard may call forth an adverse reaction from the egregore or group soul of the original order, if not from the secret chiefs themselves. If you consider these entities to be either subjective illusion or the fabrication of charlatans, you can form a group for study and experiment without reference to them, and without sanction other than your own taste and common sense, but realize that you cannot then call yourself an initiate. Inconsistencies are likely to become apparent if you attempt to combine the two approaches. The following personalities will be examined with these considerations in mind. Algernon Blackwood 1869–1959. His father was Sir Arthur Blackwood, KCK, a high-ranking civil servant, who married the widow of the 5th Duke of Manchester. The background they provided, if comfortable in material circumstance, was repressively evangelical as regards spiritual atmosphere. Algernon was educated at the Moravian School in the Black Forest and Wellington College. At Edinburgh University he studied medicine. Tutors in France and Switzerland coached him during vacations in the hope of discovering some special aptitude. By the age of 21 he showed none, so his relations dispatched him to Canada. If their main motive was to solve the tiresome problem of his future, in effect his transatlantic life, seamier than anything he had before experienced, served him well in his ultimate profession. For 10 years he farmed, prospected for gold, ran a hotel and worked in various other jobs, including journalism in New York. Already his esoteric interests were awake, and in 1891 he became a founder member of the Theosophical Society in Toronto. He returned to London in 1899 and joined Isis Urania soon after the schism, his period as a neophyte coinciding with the temple's governance by its first dissident triad. When Waite branched off in 1903, Blackwood followed him. Blackwood began to write seriously in 1905 and thereafter spent much of his time abroad. Reference books do not record that he ever married. His numerous published works, chiefly novels and short stories, begin in 1906 with The Empty House and continue until 1949 with Tales of the Uneasy and Supernatural. His autobiography covers episodes before 30. Though his fiction treats much the same subjects as Arthur Machen's, he has not an equal depth of imagination nor fascination of style. Blackwood's manner is inclined to be diffuse. He was more of a popularizer than Machen and always enjoyed a wider circulation. Before the war of 1939–45 he had begun to make a success as a teller of horror stories on radio, and this line developed through the years with similar television broadcasts. In 1941 the flat in London containing all his possessions was destroyed by a bomb. His photograph in old age shows a long crooked nose in a long crooked face above a bow tie, pale eyes look out with a glance at the same time misty and piercing. Blackwood absorbed a good deal of G.D. lore during the first few years of this century, particularly in respect of the elemental realms. His novel, The Bright Messenger, 1921, tells the story of Julius L. E. Vallon, whose magical conception has evoked a fire spirit to inform a human body, a theme similar to one in Crowley's Moon Child. Other of his stories explore imaginatively the apis tattva, elemental water, and the inner life of vegetation which is dependent on it. His intuition, first stimulated in Germany and Switzerland and afterwards in the vaster forests of the Americas, probes the obscure consciousness of trees which often seem sinister to those oriented exclusively towards humanity. The persistent if unmalicious pressure of the vegetable kingdom towards its own well-being, to say nothing of its power to cast glamour and illusion, may well prove antagonistic to human life. Would this latter be astonishing, in view of humanity's ruthless exploitation? Did Blackwood's magical motto, Umbra fugit veritas, refer to the shade of trees? The figure of John Silence, which recurs in several of his stories, is a medical doctor but also a doctor of souls, and projects one of Blackwood's own magical aspirations. John Silence knows all the answers, sorts out the occult problems that beset other characters, tames the more formidable denizens of the subtle planes when they impinge on that of earth, and in all circumstances keeps his cool. He has provided the model for a number of white magician characters in popular fiction, including Dion Fortune's Dr. Taverner. The latter also owes something to the personality of Brodianus, and so may John Silence, since there were occasions when Waite cooperated with him, in spite of mutual dislike. Edward Alexander, a Leicester, Crowley 1875–1947, born at Leamington Spa, he was the only child of a wealthy brewer, who was also a preacher in the small protesting sect of the Plymouth Brethren. Crowley's mother was of evangelical background and adapted herself well to her husband's religion. Their son was sent first to a Darbyist prep school, then coached by successive tutors. Later he went to Malvern College and to Tunbridge, finally going up to Cambridge but coming down without a degree. His father had died when he was a small boy and he often travelled on his own during holidays. As soon as he gained access to his considerable fortune, he spent lavishly. One of Crowley's favourite legends about himself was that he came of noble Celtic descent, but by 19th century standards he was scarcely even a gentleman. He was no more, if no less, Celtic than the average Englishman from the Midlands. He tried to derive his surname from the ancient Breton family of de Keroualle. When this theory did not stand up, he claimed to be Scottish and/or Irish. He pressed the Irish claim particularly while in the USA during the 1914–18 war. Crowley is a fairly common name in Ireland, though hardly more so than in England, but it is not Gaelic, the termination lay even if you spell it Lake, suggesting a Norse origin. He found another string to the Celtic bow when he rented Boleskine House on the southern shore of Loch Ness and called himself Lord Boleskine. This showed a misunderstanding of Highland usage, since laird does not mean lord but rather landowner or country squire. In fact, he was a tenant of holiday accommodation. It was one of the many titles he assumed during the course of his wandering and disordered life, perhaps in a pathetic striving for recognition by the establishment. Though he never stayed long at Boleskine, it was the nearest approach, with the possible exception of his abbey at Cefalù to a home of his own that he ever had, and for years he oriented himself towards it as a kind of Mecca. In this, his intuition was right. The soil is granite and the place may well be a psychic earth center or fountain out of Hecate. A pretty thought occurs: could the famous monster be an elementary created either as spin-off or deliberately by the magical practices which Crowley carried on at the house? If the latter, it is his most enduring joke. Such an entity subsisting on the subtler planes might manifest itself visibly from time to time, as indeed it seems to do. Its first press reports date from the 1920s, but it was cited locally some years before. It will be intriguing to see what effect, if any, the recent exorcism of the loch by an Anglican clergyman has produced. Crowley was a member of Isis Urania for less than 2 years immediately before the schism, which was itself to some extent his doing. Yet it is due to his stories, records, diaries, and written caricatures that we know as much as we do about the order and its adherents, with the proviso that what he says must be taken with a spoonful of salt. The following landmarks stand out in Crowley's magical life. 1. Initiation into the GD, 1898. Influence of George Cecil Jones, Alan Bennett, and MacGregor Mathers. 2. Dictation of Liber Al. Vel Legis through the mediumship of his wife Rose, 1904. Inauguration of the Aeon of Horus with the Law of Thelema. 3. Attempt to achieve the knowledge and conversation of the Holy Guardian Angel, 1906. 4. Establishment of his dissident order appropriating the title of the GD's Third Order, Argentumistrum, 1909. 5. Reception into the Ordo Templi Orientis by Theodore Royce, 1912. Head of the British branch, 1913. 6. Thelemite community at Cefalù, 1920. The ritual that went wrong through Rahul Loveday's incompetence, wastage of magical current and consequent setbacks. 7. Collaboration with Frida Harris on tarot design, 1938-43. I omit his assumption of grades above Adeptus Minor, as these were of subjective experience. As to his magical achievement, its value depends on how far one accepts the Book of the Law and the doctrines of the OTO. Without doubt, he was more active in the magical sense than most of his contemporaries. Crowley never seriously considered taking up a profession, which partly accounts for the volume of his output in prose and verse, erotica and dithyrambics, much of it overwritten in a 90ish jeweled whip manner or else with authorized version overtones. He began to publish, at his own expense, while still at Cambridge, the year 1898 seeing the appearance of Aceldama, the Tale of Archias, Jezebel, Songs of the Spirit, Jephthah, and White Stains. The flow continued until 1944, the year of the Book of Thoth, last major work of his lifetime, though others appeared posthumously. I have found Liber 777 his most valuable work, partly because it is the least wordy. Crowley could seldom resist inflated diction, but this is presented in semi-diagrammatic form. It is by no means entirely his composition, as I have already explained. Crowley was married twice, first in 1903 to Rose, sister of his friend and fellow initiate, Gerald Kelly. They had 2 daughters, one of whom died in infancy. Rose divorced him in 1910, in 1929 he married Maria Teresa de Miramar, a Nicaraguan whom he abandoned after a year. She managed to subsist for a while in a state of near destitution, then retired to a mental hospital where she died long afterwards. Both these neurotic women were, or became, alcoholics. Frida Harris, who thought Crowley the most wonderful man she had ever met and after his death used to wear his huge jade ring, once told me that he felt an overwhelming sympathy for women thus afflicted. He may have, but it is more probable he was perversely attracted to them since his actions prove him unwilling to make much adjustment for their welfare. His attitude to his other Scarlet women was not basically different. As soon as they upset his plans he shuffled them off as a mortal coil. It is impossible to guess the number and identity of his illegitimate children. Leofaesi, Hersig, had a daughter by him who, like Rose's first baby, died when a few months old. Both these losses were traceable to a lifestyle unsuited to the rearing of small children. He would not or could not modify this and the children had to sink or swim. He was not the father of Leah's other child, Dionysus, nor of Mercury, Ninat Shumway's son, all inmates of his abbey of Thelema. The girl who approached him after his libel action in 1934 had a son by him who is now approaching the age of 40. They were present at Crowley's deathbed, his son leaving the room a few minutes before the end. Old Crow died peacefully. According to the boy's mother, there were no tears and his last words were not "I am perplexed." If he was not perplexed, most of his associates were. His character was so full of contradictions as to be impossible to assess or even summarize. Judging by photographs, he must have been handsome and vigorous in his youth, but seeing and hearing him in Watkins' bookshop when he was over 60, I found some difficulty in understanding the magnetic attraction he exercised, even then, on many women. Predictably, novelists have found him intriguing, among whom W. Somerset Maugham is said to have used him for the character of Alroy Keir in Cakes and Ale, 1930. I cannot see much resemblance myself, unless the robust physique reflects Crowley's appearance as a young man. Also perhaps a certain brashness in social approach is applicable. Maugham himself made the usual disclaimer, stating that Keir was a composite portrait based mostly upon himself. In The Magician, 1908, however, Maugham's central figure, Oliver Haddo, is Crowley without a doubt, though his ruthlessness and supernormal powers are both exaggerated. Robert William Felkin E. 1858–1922. Like Algernon Blackwood, he studied medicine at Edinburgh University. When partly qualified, he travelled to Africa as a medical missionary but returned after a year or two and finished his studies. He practiced medicine in Edinburgh, where he and his first wife, Mary, joined Brodie Innes's Amen-Ra Temple. In the mid-90s they moved to London. Felkin carried on his medical work and both continued their magical career in Isis Urania. Mary's choice of motto, the drearily hackneyed Per Aspera ad Astra, suggests that she was one of nature's masochists. Felkin's membership of Florence Farr's secret group, the Sphere, developed in him the type of clairvoyance, transmediumship and automatic writing which was to become characteristic of the Order of the Stella Matutina, which he later developed. After the schism, the rump of Isis Urania subsisted under confused and varying leadership for a couple of years. In 1902, with the title of the Mystic Rose, it was governed by a triad from which Percy Bullock soon retired. Felkin stepped into his place. A year later, when A. E. Waite led off his disciples as the Holy Order of the Golden Dawn, Felkin rallied the remainder into a nucleus for the Mother Lodge of the Stella Matutina, Amoun. This at one time met, strangely enough, in Bassett Road, W.io, though not, I think, in the house where the Garstins lived later. Felkin, Brodie Innes, and Hugh Elliot constituted its first triad, and if Felkin had not salvaged something of value, he could scarcely have retained the support of so adroit a manipulator of magical current as W. B. Yeats. Felkin's second wife, Ithel, Querolo CM, was strongly mediumistic, and her occult partnership with him was close and enduring. Felkin himself was no mean clairvoyant, and together with his wife and daughter sitting as a family circle, it seems he made in 1908 a contact with an entity calling himself Arab Ben Shemish. This was a discarnate Arab who claimed affiliation with the desert temple visited by Father Christian Rosenkreutz on his Middle Eastern pilgrimage. Felkin, realizing a magical sodality's need for contact with the inner planes, accepted Arab Ben Shemesh as his teacher and the latter's son Masters as his secret chiefs. Yates, not to be outdone, contacted an Arab teacher of his own, Leo Africanus. Both before and after the advent of Arab Ben Shemesh, Felkin sought to re-establish the link with the Rosicrucian adepts in Germany who had been indicated, however vaguely, in Wynne Westcott's cipher MSS and consequent correspondence. He and his wife undertook several journeys on the continent with this end in view, and their contacts with Rudolf Steiner there colored henceforward the tigagor of all Stella Matutina lodges in varying degrees. A cognate quest also undertaken by them was the search for Christian Rosenkreuz's tomb described in the Fama Fraternitatis, but this proved a wild goose chase. A German girl I met at one of the Yates summer schools in Sligo told me that students seeking a Baroque theme for a thesis still from time to time engage in this quest. Some have taken even the scanty data in the Fama to be a blind and have sought the tomb in the Leipzig region, not surprisingly, without success, since only those of the right grade could hope to find it. Felkin had been made a Mason in 1907, which facilitated his relations with Continental Masonier bodies. In 1912 he and his family paid a prolonged visit to New Zealand, which may have been Masonically motivated. It is certain that when he finally settled in that country it was as inspector of the SOC.ROS colleges there. It was on this first time round that he founded the eldest SM daughter lodge, the Smaragdum Thalasses. On returning to Britain, Felkin with tireless zeal founded 3 more daughter lodges, a side order, and the Guild of St. Raphael before settling finally with his wife and family in New Zealand. One wonders how they managed the journey, since the German U-boat activity of the 19X4-18 war was then at its height and civilian travel, particularly by sea, was discouraged. Evidently the doctor had friends at court. After a few years he found it impossible to govern a Mound temple from a distance, as Mathers before him had discovered in the case of Isis Urania, and severed his connection with it. Thereafter it soon fell into disintegration. He continued to govern Smaragdum Thalasses until his death in the 1920s, when his wife took over. Violet Mary Firth, Mrs. Penry Evans, Dion Fortune, 1891–1946, an orphan of Yorkshire descent, she was brought up in a household of Christian Scientists. To earn a living she took a post in an institution. She does not particularize its nature nor that of her own duties, where the principal incapacitated her, or so she believed, by a combination of hypnotism and ill-wishing. She recounts the incident under suitable disguise in the preface to Psychic Self-Defense, 1930. I take it that the adept who rescued her and whom she refers to as Z was J. W. Brodie Innes. She probably met him in the theosophical circles she frequented. Having studied psychology and psychoanalysis at London University, she worked as a lay psychotherapist, that is, one without a medical degree, at a clinic. In 1919 she was initiated into the A.O. Lodge, a London daughter lodge led by Mrs. Mutranchell Hayes, of Brodie Innes's Amen RA in Edinburgh. Kenneth Grant identifies Vivian L. E. Fay Morgan, the central character in Violet's novel The Sea Priestess, 1938, and its sequel, Moon Magic, 1956, with Mu, though I assumed this Circean figure to be a narcissistic self-portrait of the author. However that may be, Violet soon became dissatisfied with Mu and transferred her allegiance to the other A.0 Lodge in London, then recently established by Moyna MacGregor Mathers. I have already recounted her brief career with Moyna and its consequences. Following the break, she also joined the Hermes Lodge of the SM and, as Regardi says in The Eye in the Triangle, was allowed by one of its chiefs to found an order of her own. Shortly after she married Dr. Penry Evans, and they collaborated with some success in various methods of psychotherapy, some of which have not gained general acceptance in the medical profession. Later the partnership grew inharmonious and separation ensued. Dion Fortune was preeminently a publicist for esoteric ideas and an organizer of esoteric studies. She wrote and lectured indefatigably while carrying on her fraternity. As a novelist she relies on the intrinsic fascination of her themes and the occult information they convey, often in an entertaining manner. she is no literary artist, her style lacking distinction and sometimes even grammar. In characterization, her assumption of toughness when her narrator is supposed to be a man is particularly unconvincing. All this is only to say that she did the best she could, starting from a somewhat deprived background and lacking an extended education. She had to scrounge what, had she been a man, would have been considered her right. While her courage and enterprise deserve salute, one has to admit that her scholarship is inadequate and her inaccuracies legion. Her earliest publication was a slim volume of verse, Violets, 1914, her latest, posthumous works such as the popular handbooks of 1962, Aspects of Occultism and Applied Magic, an example of her journalistic ability, though overfull of padding for the specialist taste. Her best-known treatise, The Mystical Kabbalah, is a readable introduction to the subject as taught in the GD and should rank among the revelations of that teaching which disregarded the oaths of secrecy under which it was given. It broke new ground when it first appeared in 1935 and several later authors are indebted to it. Dion Fortune used to give public lectures in a large drawing room furnished as a meeting hall on an upper floor of her fraternity's headquarters. I remember going to one in 1934 when her husband took the chair. She was a big woman simply and conventionally dressed with faded blonde hair, who might at first glance have passed for a headmistress or the matron of a nursing home. Only her eyes, deep blue and glittering, suggested something less easily accepted. I forget the title of her discourse, but I remember the sturdy common sense of her approach outwardly, at least, and her warning against the bogus orders, the sharks and the charlatans of London's occult world. She was vigorous and well-spoken, possessed of a certain degree of hypnotic power sometimes used, if current rumor did not lie, to extract donations from her disciples for the benefit of the fraternity, of course. Her last illness was brief. Uncle Robbie, who then occupied a bedsitter at her headquarters, gave me some details of it years afterwards. She complained of pain in a tooth, and as he was qualified in dentistry and her own dentist was on holiday, he offered to examine her jaw. He saw at once that there was no hope of her recovery. Presumably, blood poisoning set in after an extraction, though it seems strange that an antibiotic could not have been administered to pull her round. She was of robust constitution and scarcely past middle age. She consulted her own dentist as soon as he was available, but within a very few days she was dead, as Robbie had foreseen. William Thomas Horton, 1864–1919. He impinged upon the Isis-Urania circle about 1894 when, as a protege of W. B. Yeats, he sought initiation. He took the neophyte degree, but thereafter his GD career proved abortive. Yeats tried to persuade him to continue, and he may have done so, perhaps as late as the epoch when Yeats temporarily assumed control after the schism, perhaps even in the Stella Matutina. It is on this assumption that he is included here as a Ben Sinister scion. Yeats wrote an introduction for him to a book of images, 1898. Like most of his works, it consisted of verses illustrated by his own black and white drawings. These show a decorative facility and sometimes a genuine imaginative sweep, but they do not compare in dexterity with the masterworks in this medium by Aubrey Beardsley, whom Horton knew and admired. The Way of the Soul, 1910, dedicated to Neferari Isi Nofer, Audrey Locke, is the same type of book, this time with an introduction by the Honorable Ralph Shirley. In the Equinox No. 6, Crowley castigates the accordion-pleated cliffs made of sunlight soap, the waters made of vermicelli, suns indicated by circles drawn with a compass surrounded by rays drawn with a very unsteady hand. I prefer the drawings to the verses. The fact of Yeats's appreciation of them would be enough to prejudice Crowley against either. Aesthetic values apart, there appears on pages 143 and 191 a figure in armor with a definite look of Mathers, and on page 91 the sword of this knight recalls the design of the one in Moyna's portrait. Page 103 shows a vampire head with a resemblance to Crowley. In the accompanying verse the poet addresses himself as son of Hermes and speaks of the spells from which you broke as though some dark power had held him in thrall. According to Yeats, Horton belonged to the Brotherhood of the New Life. Was this a title disguising the GD, as Virginia Moore in The Unicorn seems to think? She may be right, but there was a group called the Fellowship of the New Life active in the 90s, though by 1894 it had merged with the nascent Ethical Church and the early Fabian Society. Ralph Chubb, c. 1890 to 1960, another lonely self-illustrator, was in early life a member of a Society of the New Life and also a Fabian. In 1910 Dr. Berridge or his cousin, under the pen name of Respero, contributed a monograph, Counterparts, as volume 16 of the Brotherhood of New Life. An epitome of the work and teachings of Thomas Lake Harris. Berridge was known to proselytize among his fellow Isis-Uranians, so he may, much earlier than the date of this publication, have converted Horton to his views. Horton had married about 1893, but the marriage was not harmonious. He lived successively in Street Johnswood, Hampstead, and Street Pancras, not always at the same address as his wife. He may well have looked to the GD for an escape route. In any case, it was during this period that he met Audrey Locke, the love of his life and the model for many of his goddess drawings. Yeats celebrated their romance in All Souls' Night. He loved strange thought and knew that sweet extremity of pride that's called platonic love, and that to such a pitch of passion wrought nothing could bring him, when his lady died, anodyne for his love. Audrey died in 1916, and on the same day Horton wrote some verses. Touching, though alas, rather feeble, addressed to my lady. His own longed-for death came some 3 years later at the home of his sister in Hove. Horton left many writings, drawings, and paintings which survived, unpublished and unexhibited, until the War of 1939–45, when some at least are reported to have perished in the London Blitz. It would be a pity if these include his work diary, $8 which contained a poem or a drawing for every day of this long period. Whatever its aesthetic merit, it should prove illuminating as a magical record. Arthur Llewellyn Jones, Arthur Machen, 1863–1947. He was born at Caerleon upon Usk, which, with Canterbury and York, made up the ancient triad of Britain's Druidic seas. Grass-green earthworks just beyond the town still bear the name of King Arthur's Round Table. Throughout his life Arthur Machen was inspired by the haunted countryside of Gwent. His childhood was passed at Llandudno, a few miles distant, where his father followed the clergyman's calling traditional in the family. Far from reacting against this background, the son never abandoned his high Anglican position. His mother's invalidism ensured that he remained an only child. After private tuition he went in 1874 to Hereford Cathedral School, but was obliged to leave at the age of 17. Although his father had adopted a name from his wife's family, calling himself Jones Machen in the hope of a subsidy for Arthur's education, this was not forthcoming. A university being beyond his parents' means, Arthur tried to study for the Royal College of Surgeons examination in London. When this proved unsuccessful, he spent the next few years in irregular journalism, teaching, and odd jobs connected with the publishing business, interspersed with periods at home. His earnings were meager and he lived on green tea and black tobacco. He was always a heavy smoker, and as soon as he could afford to, he drank something stronger than tea. He studied many occult books, catalogued and translated for Messrs. Redway, and edited an antiquarian magazine for another firm. After his mother's death in 1885 he met A. E. Waite in the British Museum reading room. Its atmosphere is still impregnated with the residue of GD encounters, and this led to their 40-year-long friendship. On his father's death in 1887 a legacy enabled him to drop hack work. He also married Amelia Hogg, 13 years his senior and with property of her own. They lived chiefly in London. The ensuing 90s were Machen's peak period, both creatively and financially. Having himself translated much from the French, he must have been pleased at the translation of the great god Pan into that language by an admirer, Paul Jean Tillet, who had felt Machen's influence when writing his own novel, Monsieur du 4, en public, 1898. Amelia died in 1899, and Machen, as he says in Things Near and Far, 1923, was devastated by this loss, and then a process suggested itself to me, as having the possibility of relief. I did what had to be done. The results that I obtained were totally different from my expectations. In fact, he experienced a shaking heart, and a sense that something, I know not what, was also being shaken to its foundations. He admits, however, that more wonderful things can be felt by taking anhyalonium lemni, peyote, mescaline, so he must, like Alan Bennett and Crowley, have experimented with this drug. The process was evidently something different, but what? A prayer, a meditation *, a mantram, a spell, a form of self-hypnosis? Was it perhaps an alchemical process, or some such psychosexual practice as indicated in the system of Austin Osman Spare? Machen gives no hint. Was this process suggested to him in the GD, into which he was initiated in 1899, or did he join the GD as a consequence of his independent working of the process? The two events were almost contemporaneous in his life. It resulted in a peace of spirit that was quite ineffable. Later, joy threatened to become an agony that must shatter all. He thought, there is wine so strong that no earthly vessels can hold it. An unprecedented euphoria, particularly pronounced in the senses of hearing and touch, overwhelmed him. The migraine headaches to which he had always been subject vanished forever. A glow of well-being, both physical and spiritual, such as he describes as consequent upon a revisit of the Holy Grail to Britain in his story, The Great Return, 1915, enveloped him. When after many days the interior bliss faded and ordinary consciousness reasserted itself, he was a different person. The world was being presented to me at a new angle. Even without the foregoing revelations, one could trace a transformation in him about this date from the solitary scholar and dreamer to the guru. Louse extrovert and, when funds allowed, the bon viveur. Whether it was a change for the better is a matter of opinion. 2 years later Machen joined Sir Frank Benson's company as an actor, learning by doing, and in 1903 he married Dorothy Purefoy Huddlestone, who was also in show business. They had a son and a daughter, and in 1908 Machen returned to full-time journalism to support his family. Money continued to be short. Over 30 years later a fund was organized to celebrate Machen's 80th birthday. Well-known figures from Max Beerbohm to Bernard Shaw subscribed, and Machen was able to spend his last years in Old Amersham, where he died soon after his wife. 3 of his books, Far Off Things, Things Near and Far and The London Adventure, serve as his autobiography. Photographs taken in the 1940s show a head rimmed with white hair and brows arched over Piscean eye sockets. The big face wears an actor's self-projecting expression, which was enhanced in life by his flamboyant gestures and black cape, a dusty yellow bohemian, one would have said, surviving into mid-century. Machen's published work ranges in date between 1881, Eleusinian, and 1937, Gray's Inn Coffee House. He also edited The Handy Dickens in 1941. His writings, though steeped in Celtic atmosphere, seldom present Celtic lore directly except as folk belief. His mythology concerns the ancient Roman pantheon felt as a suspension in a psychic atmosphere persisting from pre-Roman Britain. Kipling treated of this intermingled culture in Puck of Pook's Hill, but managed to drain away all its typically Celtic weirdness. Other of Machen's interests in alchemy and witchcraft are not specifically Celtic, nor is his obsession with forgotten languages. In some respects he is a precursor of science fiction. Scraps of the Sioux tongue in The White People surely suggested the strange words used in Howard Phillips Lovecraft's Thulul Cult. He and Lovecraft were kindred spirits, too, in an attraction towards the primordial slime, the seminal viscosity of Thomas Vaughan as the basis of phenomena and the product of their deliquescence. Machen continued the line of Gothic novelists with M.R. James and Sheridan L. E. Fanu, whose story Carmilla gave the impetus to Blood and Roses, the film adaptation of Roger Vadim. How is it that such directors have so far missed Machen? When I first borrowed a copy of The House of Souls I was too horrified by the 3 impostors to continue reading it. I found the word Ishakshar inscribed upon the black seal so obsessive that I had to return the book unfinished. Who drew the unsigned frontispiece and cover design I don't know, but I could not bear to look at the latter, which depicts a mutant more disquieting than anything envisaged in Le Matin de Magiciens. The authors, Pauwels and Bergier, adopt the theory of evil conveyed most clearly in Macin's story, The White People, through a dialogue between antiquarians, a favorite Macin device. Here he equates evil not with wrongdoing but with a transcendent effort to surpass the ordinary bounds, a passion to penetrate otherness in an unlawful way. Christopher Booker has recently expressed a similar view in the Neophiliacs, 1970, where he defines evil as fantasy and speaks of all the temptations to violation of order which comprise the dream fantasy level of the mind. Good is to him almost equivalent to good order, a maintenance of the known and proved, however limited. Pauwels and Bergier too are suspicious of the utterly unbound. For them the chief evil of Nazism lay in its magical worldview, its anti-Cartesian and anti-humanist philosophy. Being a surrealist, I look on fantasy as the liberator, the opener of the way to a super-reality, and where would the bulk of Macin's work be, without fantasy? Come to that, where would the dawn of magic be? Macin's theory saws through the branch between himself and the tree trunk. In his monograph on Aubrey Beardsley, 1966 ed., Arthur Symons reverses this conception of evil, for evil itself, carried to the point of a perverse ecstasy, becomes a kind of good, by means of that energy which, otherwise directed, is virtue. The devil is nearer to God by the whole height from which he fell, than the average man who has not recognized his own need to rejoice or to repent. And so we find evil justified of itself, and an art consecrated to the revelation of evil equally justified. Having overcome my former squeamishness and bought a copy of The House of Souls, I was rewarded with an interesting sidelight, for the flyleaf was inscribed: Aleister Crowley. This book is the property of G. H. Frapperdu Rabo, Abbot of Damcar. The wickedest man in the world had marked several passages in The White People, mostly treating of the nature of evil, the spells passed on to the girl diarist by her nurse or evoked by her own intuition, and the strange tongues which enshrine them. On the final end paper are the figures 234 and the Hebrew letter Gimel combined as a sigil with the letter Resh, reversed, and a small reversed iod between them. Read as a formula of the story's theme, it would indicate, moon conjoined with sun through the secret seed in Virgo, or, in equivalent tarot terms, the high priestess and the sun with the hermit as paranymphus. Either sums up the occult intent of the story. In another of Macin's stories, The Ceremony, which uses part of the same theme material as The White People, the nature of the woodland rite becomes more explicit. Macin's capacity for projecting his fantasies forward and actualizing them into exterior life is shown to most vivid effect in The Bowman. At the beginning of the 1914-18 war, when he was a reporter on the evening news, his editor demanded a morale-boosting contribution to offset the discouraging reports from the front. Just before the retreat from Mons, Macin dashed off a short story about St. George hovering with attendant angels above the battlefield to hearten the British troops, and his paper published it the day after, September 29, 1914. Immediately scores of soldiers wrote in saying they had seen the vision in the sky and taken it as a good omen. One of the glossies came up with a double-spread drawing, The Angels of Mons, depicting a cross of light in the zenith flanked by huge winged warriors, as described by our brave fellows. In vain Macin protested that he wrote the tale as fiction, somehow it had penetrated to the egregore of Britain and nothing could dislodge it. Before this, at the turn of the century, as he says in Things Near and Far, people from the three impostors like Miss Lally and the young man with spectacles suddenly appeared in his daily life, talked and acted as his fictional characters would, and as suddenly resumed their mundane existence apart from him. In Chapter X he writes of a dark young man, of quiet and retiring aspect, who wore glasses. He and I had met at a place where we had to be blindfolded before we could see the light, a reference to the neophyte ceremony, thus suggesting that the young man in spectacles was a member of the GD. He calls the fraternity the Order of the Twilight Star, i.e., of the Stella Matutina. Later in the same chapter he indicates the opening of the ritual most vividly from the candidate's point of view and admits, "It did me a lot of good." Then he proceeds to play down the sodality and all it stood for, with side glances at the Horrors scandal and a black magician, probably a reference to Crowley. Though he brings forward several of the arguments recently levelled by Colquhoun in favor of Westcott's fraudulence, he continued in Waite's version of the order for some time, reassured, perhaps, by the purging away of its paganism. In a more generalist way, many of his earlier stories seem to bypass chronology. He did not join ISK Urania until 1899. This was after first wife's death and probably on Waite's insistence, yet most of his seemingly GD-oriented fiction dates from the previous 10 years. Did he attain the knowledge that informs it by an imaginative leap forward in time? He told Wynne Westcott that when he wrote such tales he had no idea they might have a foundation in fact, Westcott assured him in reply. By thought and meditation rather than through reading you have attained a certain degree of initiation independently of orders or organizations. Unless he had frequented some other occult group, as I suggest in a previous chapter. In Far Off Things he says that he had belonged to more than one secret society. He took the magical name of Avalamius from Avalon as Celtic afterworld for ISK Urania. When Waite seceded, Mackin went with him, changing his motto to Films Aquarii. In what sense was he a son of Aquarius? Edith Nesbit, Mrs. Hubert Bland, Mrs. Thomas T. Tucker, 1858–1924. She was the youngest of several brothers and sisters, being born in the London suburb of Kennington where her father conducted an agricultural college. He died when she was 4 years old. Her mother sent her to several schools where she was most unhappy, then took the family abroad. Edith was educated mainly in France and Germany, and grew into a talented and handsome woman. She was always interested in the occult. If she was also restless and moody, it was not surprising after her marriage in 1880 to Hubert Bland, he would have produced such symptoms in the most placid of wives. On the strength of their union he resigned his job in a bank and became, with prodding from Edith, a journalist. Basically a windbag and a drone, he relied upon Edith to support him, which with literary hackwork, recitals, and the design of greeting cards, she did. She was successful enough ultimately to buy Well Hall, a moat manor house at Eltham, which long provided a home for herself, her husband, their children and several hangers-on. The site of the building, now demolished, is marked by a garden seat in Well Hall, Pleasance, where last year, 1974, an exhibition in the Tudor barn commemorated her work. Hers was a bohemian household in which Hubert's affairs went, if not unremarked, at least uncensured. He was one of the founders of the Fabian Society, of which he and Edith remained members all their lives. Edith adopted a son and a daughter of his by her companion help, Alice Hodson, Hubert having threatened to leave unless she did so. By a species of pious doublethink, he had probably persuaded himself that he owed nothing to either woman since, from an ecclesiastical viewpoint, he was not married to one more than the other. Today it is difficult to understand the fascination which this appalling man, with his mustache and his monocle, exercised on many women besides his admiring wife. He was a Roman Catholic, one who neglected or cultivated his faith as seemed convenient. He had married Edith in a register office when she was glad to have marriage lines of any sort, being several months pregnant by him. Though later she unobtrusively converted herself to his church, there was no regularization of their marriage according to its rites, so he could not have considered himself married to her in any full sense. Years afterwards she discovered he was still engaged to a woman with a child by him to whom he had not explained that he was no longer legally free. According to James Webb, The Flight from Reason, 1971, among others, Edith joined the Stella Matutina. He gives no details and I have not yet traced which of its lodges she belonged to, but presumably the date of her membership came after the death of her younger son. Doris Langley Moore's biography makes no mention of the SM, though she speaks of the fellowship of the new life out of which the Fabians developed. The SM may have been one of Edith's passing enthusiasms. Her name as a devotee is linked with that of a fellow Fabian, Herbert Burroughs. One would have thought she might prefer Waite to Felkin, but James Webb is usually factual. When she marked the doors of a haunted house with exorcising talismans, had she learned the technique through the Felkins? Hubert dropped dead in 1914, and 3 years later Edith married Thomas T. Tucker, a marine engineer and another Fabian. He was a man of the people without means of his own, but where Hubert had been vain and self-seeking, he was stolid and helpful. She died at Dimhurch after a long illness. Her works include verse, novels for adults and a collection of horror stories. Fear, 1910, but she is best known for her children's books, especially those dealing with the Bastable family. Their spontaneity, authentic characterization and easy humor set them in a class apart, and they have become classics in their genre. With H.R. Miller's illustrations they make a vivid period piece which has enlivened many a childhood. Edith drew her material both from the family in which she grew up and from her own children, but the tales are not entirely down to earth. They often have more than a streak of fantasy, like those about the Samed. The fact that she dedicated the story of the amulet, 1906, to Dr. Wallace Butch suggests that it may have been his temple to which she belonged. These works extend in succession from the story of the treasure seekers of 1890 to Five of Us and Madeline of 1925, and still command a steady sale. Evelyn Underhill, Mrs. Hubert Stuart Moore, 1875 to 1941, an only, and lonely, child. She was brought up as an Anglican but without devotional intensity. Her father was a successful barrister and she was educated privately and at King's College for Women, London, of which she was to be made a fellow in. For many years she wrote love letters to a childhood companion, Hubert Moore, a barrister like her father and later a FSA. In 1906 she became engaged to him, but the same year, after staying at a convent, she was converted quite suddenly, once and for all, by a vision which, while not specifically Christian in content, none the less convinced her that the true faith was to be found in the Church of Rome. Hubert persuaded her to wait for several months before going over, at the same time making it clear that if she did so their engagement would be over, too. Evelyn found herself in the proverbial cleft stick. However, the modernist controversy occurred at the critical moment, with the result that she spent years without definite religious allegiance, though with a bias towards the Franciscan type of spirituality and well within the Roman ambience. 1. Has the impression of a pact with Hubert, whom she married in 1907, which allowed her to go to any lengths in this direction if she stopped short of conversion. Much of her devout agonizing and any psychogenic element in her indifferent health can be traced to this conflict in her deepest interests. In 1901 she met Baron von Hugel, who profoundly modified her metaphysical thought and feeling, though she did not put herself under his spiritual direction until 1921. Still she did not enter his church but returned to the Anglican fold. In the same year she became Upton Lecturer on the Philosophy of Religion at Manchester College, Oxford, and in 1939 was awarded an honorary doctorate of divinity by Aberdeen University. Sheltered by a comfortable house in Campden Hill Square, her spare time was spent in literary conversation, gardening, walking, sailing, studying the liturgy and talking to cats. She lectured and broadcast on religious subjects in her unappealing voice, took retreats and even ventured on social work which could not have been congenial to one inclined to a cultured quietism. Her later years were plagued by bouts of asthma, the esoteric disease par excellence. Hubert outlived her by some years. She had begun her literary career with verse and novels but soon turned her attention to weightier matters. Her reputation was made by mysticism, 191-1. Her verse figured in Ben's Augustan books of poetry and her published works stretch from a novel, Grey World, in 1904 to the letters collected as The Fruits of the Spirit in 1942. Margaret Cropper's recent biography omits a fact which Charles Williams, in his introduction to the letters of Evelyn Underhill, let out. Evelyn joined Waite's dissident Golden Dawn in 1904 and remained in it for several years, presumably until her vision, which may have been sparked off by GD techniques. Like Williams, Machen, and Waite himself, she might have called herself a peripheral Catholic had the phrase been current in the earlier years of the century. Her novel, The Column of Dust, 1909, bears the dedication, to Arthur and Purefoy Machen Friendship's Offering. Worthy, safe, and dull as she seems, it is easy to dismiss her as the beige of the Golden Dawn spectrum. However, having absorbed the order's unobtrusive yet persistent encouragement to feminism, inspired originally by Mathers, she broke into what is still an almost exclusively masculine preserved theology. That she was able to do so in her day without raising the devil of resentful prejudice and jealousy proves that she could manipulate her charm most cannily, perhaps even uncannily. For charm she possessed, according to the testimony of her friends, though not good looks in any accepted sense, from a photo graph dated 1933 an asymmetrical face looks out with blunt weather-beaten features. Only the almost insolent penetration of the eyes distinguishes it from that of any well-established professional woman, and belies the cosiness of her approach as a spiritual counselor. She is a portent marking how far and in what unexpected directions the GD influence can extend. Arthur Edward Waite, 1857–1942, born in the USA, his father was an American citizen who died when he was very young. His mother, née Emma Lovell, was English and when widowed returned to this country. A convert to the Roman Catholic Church, she brought up her son and daughter as members of it. They were not well off and Waite was educated first at small private schools in North London and then, from the age of 13, at St. Charles's College. When he left school to become a clerk he wrote verse in his spare time. The death of his sister soon afterwards attracted him into psychical research. At 21 he began to read regularly in the library of the British Museum, studying many branches of esotericism. When almost 30 he married Ada Lakeman, Lucasta, and they had one daughter. Some time after Lucasta's death in 1924 he married Mary Broadbent Schofield, Una Salis. He spent all his life in or near London, being connected with various publishing houses. He edited a small magazine, The Unknown World, but became more and more engrossed in his particular kind of authorship and the research it entailed. He met MacGregor Mathers at the British Museum, who did not, but never liked him. However, he and Lucasta were initiated into Isis Urania at the Mathers's house near the Horniman Museum soon after the marriage of MacGregor and Moina. Lucasta was never enthusiastic and Waite did not attain to the second order. Ellicow suggests that his disenchantment may have been due to this failure. In Waite's account Shadows of Life and Thought, 1938, Dr. Berridge urged him to resign, but a year or two later he was persuaded to return by his friend Robert Palmer Thomas. Waite had always been biased in favor of the path of the mystic as distinct from that of the occultist, so he did not see eye to eye with Mathers and never felt at home in the original GD ambience. After the schism, Isis Urania was split into the still loyal /S temple under Dr. Berridge, and the dissident Stella Matutina, from which evolved a misty Golden Dawn under Waite himself. About this time Waite was made a Mason, a canny step on his part, since certain personages at Grand Lodge had previously resented his researches. I have been told by a woman who was a member of his Holy Order of the Golden Dawn for a short period about 1910 that he then lived in Pennywern Road, Earl's Court, with his secretary housekeeper whose motto was, appropriately, Vigilate. She was Mrs. Rand, ex-Isis Urania and recognizable by her order name. She looked after him hand, foot and finger. They used to come to lunch about every 3 weeks with my informant's parents, who lived in Kensington and were both devoted members. Waite was vague in manner. He would say, "Do I like mustard, Vigilate?" and she would have to tell him. Presumably their relationship filled some interval of domestic disharmony since his first wife was still living. The order used to foregather in the studio of Mr. H. Collison at 27, Clairville Grove where, strangely enough, the Quest Society, and Moines A0 Lodge, were to meet years later. When Rudolf Steiner came to London in 1912, my informant's parents, Colquhoun, and about 5 others left Waite for anthroposophy in the belief that it had superseded the GD tradition, though some of them later fetched up in Felkin's Merlin Lodge. Waite's most lasting impact on the GD has proved to be the Taro pack produced under his direction by an artistic devotee, Pamela Coleman Smith, who drew in the style of Walter Crane. By now it has acquired the period charm of Art Nouveau, though its design follows GD instructions as to design with imperfect fidelity. His autobiographical Shadows of Life and Thought, 1938, is not factually reliable, as might be guessed. His publications range in date between The Mysteries of Magic, 1885, and The Life of Louis Claude de Saint Martin, 1939. He poured forth an unending stream of books on transcendental subjects, edited the work of others, on similar themes, and persisted with his own verse. This last seems to me all but worthless. The inelegant adjective mushy comes to mind. In almost every issue of the Equinox, Crowley parroted his ponderous and contorted prose without mercy, as in Dead Weight, a mock obituary. It is difficult for me to assess Waite's scholarship fairly, since his style is so verbose and his contests so evasive that I find it all but impossible to read him. His titles are always alluring and usually the best part. I recognize, however, that the time may be approaching when his leisurely longers will seem a welcome relief from speed, and even his pedantic archness may charm. I remember him lecturing on one occasion to the Quest Society. He was wearing a frock coat, a high starched collar, and a pale blue tie held with a ring. Above these were the off-white of his hair and smooth oval face. I don't recall the title of his discourse, but its manner of delivery was so disconnected that its theme might have been the hidden church of the Holy Grail, devil worship in France, or almost anything else. This was about 1929, and there was current gossip that he had already taken to the bottle. Charles Walter stands by Williams 1886 to 1945. Though his father was of Welsh descent, a spare-time poet who earned a living by a position in a small business, Charles was born in London and remained essentially a Londoner all his life. Educated at St Albans School and London University, he left the latter owing to lack of funds before he could take a degree. Instead, he had to take a job in a small publishing firm, and he spent his evenings in study at the Working Men's College. He still lived with his parents at St Albans, according to some occultists, the eastern power centre of Britain, which balances Glastonbury in the west. In 1917, after a long engagement, he married Florence Conway and they went to live in London. They had one son. Charles had become an editor and reader at the O.U.P.'s London office, and in 1939 he followed the firm to Oxford, where he settled for the rest of his life, being awarded an honorary M.A. by the university. Florence soon returned to London, and thereafter they were together only for visits, though he often returned home for the weekends. When he lectured on English literature, at the City Literary Institute for instance, his undistinguished appearance would become transformed as he began to speak the Welsh HVP while taking over. And he would hold the audience enthralled, forgetful of his thick glasses and long upper lip. With C.S. Lewis and J.R.R. Tolkien he was one of the Inklings, a select group who used to meet informally in Lewis's rooms at Magdalen for literary and philosophical discussion. Some years previously he had joined Waite's fraternity. Like his fellow initiate and fellow Celt, Arthur Machen, he continued to be deeply religious in the Anglo-Catholic mode in which he had been raised. Like him too, he was fascinated by the legends of the Arthurian cycle with their intimations of Graal magic, as was Waite himself. To him Williams owed the opening of a mysterious door which membership of a sodality can sometimes give. Alice Mary Hadfield, in an introduction to Charles Williams, 1959, says that his wife doubted whether he were ever a member, but surely even Waite had not become so lax as to admit non-initiates. "Wives don't know everything," Lady Kelly told me that she had never heard of the GD nor of Sir Gerald's association with it. It is a policy frequent with occult students to keep their magical life separate from family associations. Whether or not Tolkien and Lewis were at any time adherents of Waite, they owed something to Williams for their themes in fiction. Lord of the Rings has a tinge of the GD, though this may be filtered through E.R. Edison rather than Williams, since passages near the beginning of the worm Ouroboros, 1922, are so pervaded by the GD atmosphere as to make one speculate on its author's esoteric background. That hideous strength, the last of Lewis's science fiction trilogy, shows a familiarity with cognate ideas. There is an enigmatic company we can't tell her much until she has joined, centered on the manor, St. Anne's Hill, one more version of the boarding house or brothel of my earlier chapter. Its director, Mr. Fisher-King, is mouthpiece and agent for the Masters, here identified as the Eldils of outer space. He is in a more localized sense Pendragon of Britain's subtle counterpart, Logres, in direct succession from King Arthur. Both Tolkien and Lewis claim to be combating satanic forces, but the ethos they propose instead is scarcely acceptable. To ignore for the moment their considerable literary merits, and concentrate on their metaphysical implications, I see them as worse than merely dissident, for their talents distort the worldview of the genuine GD, while retaining some of its trappings. Both of them loathe and despise women. This bias emerges indirectly from Tolkien through the fewness and insipidity of his women characters, but blatantly in Lewis's sadomasochistic doctrines, which Mr. Fisher-King implants in his disciples in lieu of occult teaching and by the misuse of his personal magnetism. If these are the goodies, give me Satan. Charles Williams's novels, however, breathe in a clearer air and exhale a more mature viewpoint. If he agreed with some of the notions espoused by his two friends, at least he expressed them with greater tact and taste. Between 1931, War in Heaven, and 1945, All Hallows Eve, he published a number of novels which brought him not only a success d'estime but a fair monetary reward. Each deals with some occult aim or method, for instance War in Heaven with the Graal, Many Dimensions, 1931, with the Philosopher's Stone and the Greater Trumps, 1932, with the Tarot. No one who had not explored the region which Theosophists call the lower astral plane could have described, as he did in Descent into Hell, 1937, the purgatory of a suicide. It is one of the most horrifying accounts anywhere, the Tibetan Bardu the Dal not accepted, of an after-death state, and there is a succuba and a doppelganger for good measure. The name of the eerie churchyard haunter, Lily Samuel, is taken from that of the younger Lilith, wife of Samael, who rules the Kabbalistic hell nearest to earthly consciousness. Evelyn Underhill's The Column of Dust provided a blueprint for Williams as a romancer. According to Anthony Borrow, who contributed a perceptive study, The Animation of Images, to Peter Russell's magazine 9 in 1952, Williams evolved in the novels his own particular doctrine of images. These, taken collectively, seem all but equivalent to the deliverances of Maya in Vedantic philosophy, since almost anything can be regarded as an image in his sense. There are two basic ways of this regarding, that of rejection and that of affirmation. Rejection, I quote from a recent letter of Antony's, could be anything from a mild asceticism, don't take sugar, to complete deprivation, and affirmation anything from enjoying a snack to union with God. Then each way has its perversions. So you have four subways, and virtually every character in his novels can be classed as under one of these. This sounds like a sophisticated version of Ben Jonson's theory of character as stemming from the temperaments, which in turn depend on the four humors, but it also owes much to the contrary symbolism of the G.D. Williams's profound interest in Arthurian lore inspired his series of poems, Taliesin through Logres, 1938, wherein, taking on some of Merlin's attributes with those of the Welsh bard, he projects his own magical being. He wrote much other poetry, criticism, and belles lettres which called forth a fellow feeling in T.S. Eliot and W. H. Auden. The narrative poetry of The Region of the Summer Stars, 1944, though sometimes strained and stilted in diction, has passages suffused with Rosicrucian color, like this from the Queen's servant, visibly forming, there fell on the heaped roses tangles and curds of golden wool, the air was moted gold in the rose-tinctured chamber. In the 1930s Williams sensed a reflection of Taliesin's company taking shape around him. The Companions of Charles Williams was an informal sodality linking together not so much those who admired his literary skills as those who understood what he meant by coherence, exchange, and substitution. By these words he tried to convey in quasi-scientific terms the Christian doctrines of the Trinity, the Incarnation, and the Atonement. Though based on acceptance of these, the resulting praxis seems to reduce to E.M. Forster's only connect, which was not specifically Christian at all. You became a member of the order of coherence by feeling that you were one. You cohered without pledge, initiation, grade system, or organization of any kind. But there were 4 prescribed feast days when, if you didn't exactly feast, you recollected your coherence and that of all other members, living or dead, as if with a faint echo of the GD Corpus Christi ceremony. These days were the Annunciation, March 25th, Trinity Sunday, the Transfiguration, August 16th, and All Saints' Day, November 1st. It is significant that the 2 latter almost coincide with 2 of the 4 great days of the pagan, Celtic calendar Lugmi Sad, August 2, and Samhain, October 31st. The 2 others are only slightly displaced in date from 2 of the Celtic cross-quarter days, the Annunciation from the spring equinox and Trinity Sunday from the summer solstice. Williams never wanted to pontificate, but he did act as a kind of freelance father-confessor to his coherence, and he could not have been displeased when they adopted a formula of leave-taking from the diction of law grace, under the protection. Neither as a poet nor playwright has Williams yet received his due, but at some date in the early 1950s, on the anniversary of his death, a memorial mass was celebrated in an offbeat Anglican church, probably the crypt of St. Anne's, Soho, which, after the destruction by bombing of the main building, he used to frequent on his visits to London. My informant described the ceremony as a grey mass, but she was a silly girl unlikely to know what a mass was, black, white or khaki. However, something amounting to a cult of Williams had sprung up among his admirers, who were beginning to treat him as a saint and beg for his intercession. Others, more critical, were inclined to gossip bitchily about his domestic problems. It was said that when he began to affirm the image of a girl, he was deeply hurt that his wife could not manage to affirm with him. Like those of Rose Macaulay and Dorothy Sayers later, Charles Williams's association with St. Anne's is commemorated by a tablet. I have assigned certain initiates to this chapter, entitled as it is Ben Sinister Issue, because the major part of their magical career, even though begun in a regular temple Isis Urania or another, was carried on in dissidence. 4 of them actually founded dissident orders: A.E. Waite, the Holy Order of the Golden Dawn, later reconstituted as the Fellowship of the True Rosy Cross; Dr. Robert W. Felkin, the Order of the Stella Matutina; Aleister Crowley, the Argentumistrum and the British branch of the Ordo Templi Orientis; and Violet M. Firth, the Fraternity, later Society, of the Inner Light. Such orders in their turn gave rise to a number of offshoots, groups, sodalities, associations, for which see the tables in the previous chapter. Many of them claim GD descent and some are active on the occult scene even today, excluding for the moment the many groups derived directly from Hinduism or Buddhism. This scene is indeed largely composed of them, its other chief ingredients being, 1. Theosophy and its direct derivatives, Anthroposophy, the arcane school, whose relationship with the GD has been traced in Chapter 11. 2. Freemasonry and its side orders, the most reputable of present-day sodalities using the Rosicrucian tag being the Masonic 5.I. Again the GD connection has been traced, as above. 3. Sufism, of which there exist several schools. I class here the teachings of Gurdjieff and his dependants, Uspensky, Maurice Nicole, also Pak Subur. Sufism does not, as far as I can see, impinge in a significant way on GD history unless, tenuously, through the Druid orders. I have excluded W.B. Yeats from the dissidents, though he qualifies as one on several counts, notably, through the length of his adherence to a dissident order compared with that of his allegiance to a regular one. In spite of all, he seems to me so indelibly stamped with the GD sigil that I have placed him where he began, under Mathers's aegis in Isis Urania. Figures of a different magical import, Machen and Blackwood, also set out from the Mother Temple, but at a date when Mathers's influence was waning, in the case of Machen, and openly defied, in the case of Blackwood. In this sense their dissidence was involuntary. Charles Williams and Evelyn Underhill were even less responsible, being born dissident. If oaths had been kept and growth allowed to proceed in an organic fashion, a powerful network the more effective for being hidden might by now have permeated the whole of Europe and the Americas to the benefit of this tattered, battered, and deeply scarred planet. Crowley, with members of the AA performing his rites of Eleusis at Caxton Hall, 1910, from the Liverpool Courier, October 28, 1910. Legacy. Inscription by Crowley on the flyleaf of the Book of the Law, 1938. Inscription by Crowley on the flyleaf of the House of Souls by Arthur Machen, 1906, first edition, illustrated. Chapter 18 Magia. If malign fate decreed that Mathers's magical legacy did not penetrate the community in an ideally discreet fashion, it is still little short of stupendous. The more advanced elements in it are even yet awaiting adequate study and practice. Were his contribution to be fully explored, developments would doubtless take place, but these need not be the heresies of dissidence. Perhaps his most striking work lies in his marshalling of Dr. Dee's diverse material into a system, in the revival of alchemy and, as I am inclined to believe, in some equivalent of tantric teaching. I therefore devote a separate chapter to each of these themes. There remains his considerable achievement in ceremonial magic, in the Hermetic Kabbalah, in scrying and its allied projection of the subtle body, and in various techniques of divination. These latter include initiated tarot and astrology, geomancy, Enochian chess, and the methods which he calls the tripod and the ring and the disc. Mathers was above all, and above any of his contemporaries, a creative occultist, working upon remnants of esoteric tradition to weld them into a unified and revitalist corpus without distorting their essentials. One of his greatest feats in the sphere of ceremonial magic is his actualization of Christian Rosenkreuz's tomb, first described in the Fama Fraternitatis of 1614. Built as a solid structure and used as an item of temple furniture for special techniques, it became an invaluable adjunct to ritual. How much did Mathers owe the SOC for the idea of this vault? Since it has a second order, the SRIA Adeptus Junior degree being in some respects equivalent to the GD Adeptus Minor, it may well use something of the kind, even if it were more in the nature of a Masonic chamber of reflex. Ion. In any case its ceremonies are, from what I can gather, extremely 243. Simple compared with those of the GD. Apart from this, no other fraternity has, so far as I know, employed a comparable device, unless it were certain Sufi orders, the Naqshbandi, for instance. Their Sarmoun Brotherhood is reported to have built a box which could open and transform itself on pivots to show a succession of scenic designs of symbolic import. Since the working of the Adeptus Minor ritual, which gives entrance to the Ordo Rossi Rubii et Aureae Crucis, requires this vault of the adepts, no second order could function without one. It follows that every GD temple worthy of the name must have constructed its own. It is fascinating to speculate how many of these massive and elaborately painted structures, each consisting of 7 large panels on hinges with heptagonal floor and ceiling, may still survive. Some effort would be required to destroy any of them, so one may hope that a few linger in attics, cupboards, or outhouses, or perhaps in the storerooms of museums. The following temples each possessed a vault, and I add a note of suggestion as to its present whereabouts, or its fate. Isis Urania. This temple constructed the first of the GD vaults and installed it at their premises in Thavies in, WCI. Designed and painted by Mathers and Moyenne, it was later transferred to Clipstone Street, W.I, and afterwards to Blythe Road, W.6. After the schism, it continued in use by the early Stella Matutina until Waite's secession in 1903 when he took it over. How was he allowed to, for his HOGD? If he retained it in his subsequent Fellowship of the Rosy Cross, it is possible that it may still exist in London. Ahathur, this vault was likewise designed and painted by the Matherses, or at least under their direct supervision. When Moyenne returned to London after her husband's death, she did not close the temple, so presumably its vault would have been in occasional use until the late 1930s. If it survived the war years, it may be still hidden away somewhere in France. Amen-Ra, this temple built its own vault from Mathers's design. Juliette de Steiger, an artist of sorts, did most of the painting. It may be still in Edinburgh. A. 0. 1. This was Berridge's A/S temple at Portland Road, W.I1, there is no definite information as to the fate of its vault. A. 0. 2. Possibly this temple took over Berridge's vault, but whatever vault it used must have been disposed of on the death of Matranchel Hayes, M.R.S. Curtis Webb, in 1937. It may reappear in a fashion as strange as that of her personal regalia. A.0. 3. This temple possessed a vault which was kept with other appurtenances in an outhouse at Elm Park Road, S.W.10. Supposing Moyna did not bring it from Paris, it must have been one designed and painted anew under her direction, and it was in use until 1939. At the outbreak of war, it was transferred to Sackham Park, Hertfordshire, and consumed in a bonfire with lesser temple furniture. Other vaults may similarly have perished at the dispersal of their temples around that date, owing to the scattering of members and general disruption of civilian life. People would not know what else to do with such bulky lumber under conditions of wartime stress. More especially is this true for the London area. Egyptian temple, if Wallace Butch set up had a second order, its vault may well be stored somewhere in the British Museum. Several Stella Matutina lodges had a vault on the orthodox model. I have no reason to think the design was modified, but also no information as to the members who carried it out. Amoun, their vault at Bassett Road, W.I.O, was later transferred to Redcliffe Gardens, S.W.10. On dissolution, the vault may have passed to a daughter lodge, the Secret College in London, and so again, possibly, to the SOC.ROS, or to Merlin. Smaragdum Thalasses, this vault was in use until the middle 1960s and probably still exists in New Zealand. Hermes, this one was stored at Berkeley Square, Bristol, after the lodge fell into dormancy. It was not in use later than the 1950s and was reputedly destroyed in 1964. Hermanubis, this lodge is said to possess a vault at Bristol, but nothing can be said of it while the temple's claim to continued existence remains unproved. Nuada, a vault was housed, though not used since the 1930s, at Narbonne Road, SE, until some 20 years later at least. Cubic stone, a record of a working published in the monolith mentions a vault of the Adepti, so presumably these brethren constructed something of the kind. Unless their higher grade rituals were worked on the astral level only. Some of the various temples chartered in the USA, whether regular or not, must have achieved vaults of their own. Altogether some dozen vaults must have been put together at different times and places with varying degrees of expertise, but always with some degree of impressiveness. They served as inspiring oratories where single adepts or small groups could retire for magical or mystical experiment. I have reported the Holocaust of one vault and the probable destruction of 2 more, but I would guess that 5 or 6 may persist in some kind of cold storage. There is a rumor of one in the state of suspended animation located in Yorkshire, though Bradford's Horus Temple did not have its own unless it assembled one after its absorption into the Order of Light. The designs elaborated by the Matherses for the 7 walls, the ceiling, and the floor are more detailed than the description in places ambiguous to be found in the Fama Fraternitatis. They also differ from it in certain respects, changes being made by Mathers with practical considerations in mind. It was he who ordained the coloring, none of which is mentioned in the Fama / this requires some technical skill in application, since a glaze of the appropriate planetary hue must be applied to each panel once the basic painting, of 40 squares, each charged with its sigil in contrasting color, is dry. Moina would have been competent to carry this out, and of the 2 or 3 vaults on which she is known to have worked, it may be hoped that 2, somewhere, remain. The presence of the vault earthed Mathers as ceremonial magic with a 3-dimensional adjunct, in the same way he extended the study and practice of that aspect of the Kabbalah which is explained in his note, the tree of life as projected in a solid sphere. As a cosmograph, the tree, Etz Chaim, thus becomes an instrument of greater lucidity and profundity. Win Westcott must have collator aided with him in this, as his order initials, S.A., sign the illustrating diagrams. While Mathers's Kabbalistic studies owed much to Win Westcott and Dr. Woodman, his early mentors, there is no doubt that he finally surpassed them, as they foresaw he would, when they first commissioned his researches. Under their guidance, he thus served an apprenticeship to the Kabbalah in the traditional Hebrew sense, mainly through Woodman, as well as expanding this into what Westcott called the Christian Kabbalah. I prefer the term Hermetic Kabbalah, since the atmosphere of the system is not specifically Christian, not Christian at all in any orthodox sense, though some students of Christian background, Pico della Mirandola in the 15th century is one instance, have, since medieval times, made their contribution to it. More recently it was Eliphas Levi, 1810-1875, who incorporated non-Hebraic material like the taro into the Tree of Life diagram. The most striking monument to this line of thought is Liber 777, 1909, the material for which was culled chiefly from the Book of Correspondences circulated, with Mathers's usual lack of caution, among members of the order. Here the diagram of Sephiroth and Netibuth forms a kind of card index or flow path, to adopt the jargon of cybernetics, for the collection, tabulation, and storage of information regarding any transcendental system. Still capable of expansion, the system outlined in Liber 777 is, even as it stands, an indispensable prolegomena to the study of Western occultism. Crowley's introduction acknowledges the R.R. ETAC as among his sources. Of the 182 columns of the table, only 10 are not certainly drawn from the parchment book, namely, columns 22 to 4, 36, 47, 52, and 125 to 8, being mainly those few which contain such specialized data concerning Islam as might be beyond the scope of Westcott's theosophy or beyond the interests of Mathers. Dion Fortune in the Mystical Kabbalah refers to Liber 777 as the Mathers-Crowley system. More accurate would be the Mather-S Westcott secret chief system. Though Mathers and Moyenne played a major part in the scrying, clairvoyance, taught in the order, it was Westcott who suggested the basic method to be followed. After the Mathers' removal to Paris, they tended to slough off the early TS influence, though they never repudiated it, but Westcott always had been, and remained, deeply involved in the society, and it was due primarily to him that a work of Oriental provenance, Nature's Finer Forces by Ramprasad, inspired the order's scrying techniques. The Mathers' chief contribution to GD practice in this field was to employ these techniques in the clairvoyant investigation of the Enochian tablets, the geomantic intelligences, and the Celtic pantheon. In this last, Mathers's procedure was first to make copious notes from standard works dealing with the Irish mythological cycles, particularly translations of original texts. He also enlisted Yeats to collect and pass on his own notes. Then he encouraged Maud and Moina to soak themselves in the records of this legendary atmosphere and afterwards to project themselves into it astrally and record their findings. AMS in Moina's handwriting with amplifications in that of Mathers's, which I have quoted, illustrates the method well, relating as it does the Kabbalistic tree to the hazel of knowledge in Gaelic myth. It formed part of the preparatory work which preceded Moina's scrying on the theme of the Shannon's source, a well sacred to the water god Kinla, and resulted in her astral contact with Kinla, as Yeats records in one of his letters. AMS in the National Library of Ireland records a vision of Brigid, a triple goddess of the gale, as seen by Maud Kinney. It shows incidentally that Maud's spelling was as wild as that of Yeats. The three Brigids guard the entrance to the land of the gods. This entrance consists of 3 gateways, formed of heavy beams of wood, inlaid with small ornament of silver and brass. Brigid the smith worker stands strong and alert at the left-hand gate. She is very dark, with black wiry hair, and restless black eyes. Her tunic is of blue and purple, her brada purple, a bronze brooch clasps her brada and on her head is a bronze band, beaten bronze work ornaments her leather belt and sandals. She governs all handiworks and represents the hard, laborious and painful side of life. Brigid of medicine stands at the right-hand gate. She has a fair and gentle face, her robes are light blue embroidered with 249 magia silver thread, clasped by a silver winged brooch, another winged ornament rests on her head. She represents the happy and sympathetic side of life, and so becomes the healer of that which is bruised and broken by the hammer of the Brigid of smith work. Brigid of poetry. Over the central gateway stands Brigid of poetry. Her robes are more somber, and cloudy. They are of dull blue-gray and white, her face is neither fair or dark, she has soft blue eyes which sadly look out upon the world, feeling the joys and sorrows that work therein. She combines the forces of the other two, being both active and passive, receptive of impressions, and possessing the power of producing form. Her right arm rests upon a silver harp, her left is extended, as though to emphasize some spoken words. She says expand, express, dispose from the center, then rest and draw in. Old force must be thrown away, or it becomes unhealthy. She gives as her sign the drawing of the hands inwards towards the heart, then throwing them open outwards. While she rests, vegetation grows, she blows the blast from her trumpet during the dead months of winter. The waves of the sea flow towards her when she is at rest, and are driven back when she becomes active. Behind the posts of the gateway lie 2 hounds, that on the side of Brigid the smith worker is black, the other is white. They represent life and death, joy and sorrow. Whosoever would enter through this gateway should know of the secret of one of these hounds, for a battle takes place between them, and that hound which is known grows stronger through that knowledge, and when the stronger has devoured the weaker, it becomes the servant of him who knows its nature. While scaring and the associated practice of projection could plainly be worked with divinatory intent, their prime purpose in the order was the exploration of unfamiliar levels of being. It is intriguing to speculate how far these astral travels were trips in the sense of today's drug culture, or subculture. The Dangerous Drugs Act did not become law until 1920, before that date anyone could buy, at reasonable cost and without prescription, substances which now command black market prices. Crowley, Bennett, Jones, and Mackin frankly admitted their use of hallucinogenics, and a fair proportion of GD and dissident members were medical doctors who could obtain and distribute such drugs without adverse comment. Even such typically mantic practices as tarot and astrology were given an application far beyond mere fortune-telling, and they suggest among much else a classification of psychophysiological types. More obviously mantic methods were the tripod, thering and the disc, geomancy, especially in relation to Enochian magic, and the playing of Enochian chess. Whatever the method and however humble the query, divination always formed part of a ritual, for the surer approach to subtle planes and the more complete protection of the wayfarers. This distinguishes initiated divination from commercialism and from mere dabbling. The GD tarot designs have never seen the full light of publication, those often mistaken for them having been designed by Waite with the technical help of Pamela Coleman Smith. Whatever their merits, they amount to a distortion of the pack as designed by, or revealed to, MacGregor Mathers. Especially does this obtain in regard to the minor arcana of the 4 suits, whose symbolic caparison was impoverished by Waite, and to the court cards, whose symmetrical arrangement he vitiated. Mathers's original set out of the latter is, kings, mounted on steeds, queens, enthroned, princes, seated in chariots, princesses or Amazons, standing. Waite replaced these by, kings, enthroned, queens, enthroned, knights, mounted on steeds, knaves, standing, thus upsetting the equilibrium of the sexes purposely established by Mathers, whose arrangement is based on the 4 letters of the Tetragrammaton and on the Sephiroth. Iod equals the father, Abba, Chokmah. He equals the mother Ama, Bina. Va the son, Adam, Tippereth. He final equals the daughter, Makkah the bride, Makkuth. Waite's is based upon what? Apart from ordinary playing cards, a degeneration from any initiatic standard. The needless confusion which has resulted is the more regrettable since Waite, in Shadows of Life and Thought, 1939, seems to approve of the genuine assignments. Packs issued more recently that of the Insight Institute, for instance, tend to perpetuate Waite's perversities while suppressing the period charm of Pamela's artwork. Paul Foster Cases, put out by the builders of the addendum, follows Waite in the matter of the court cards but makes an attempt at authenticity with the major arcana. Several of these arcana were varied gratuitously by Waite. For example, the Fool. In reality, the spirit of ether should be represented as a bearded ancient seen in profile, while Temperance should have the figure of Diana Huntress. Over 30 years later, Lady Frida Harris was to act in a capacity similar to Pamela's when she illustrated the Book of Thoth, 1944, by Crowley. Frida's colored drawings, remarkable as they are, do not attempt to render the GD descriptions except as seen through a temperament Crowley's. During the 1940s they were exhibited at 2 West End galleries and were produced as a pack some years ago in the USA. There is also a transatlantic pack which is nicely drawn in an updated version of the Art Nouveau style but jettisons much of the traditional symbolism. A remote descendant of Mathers is thought but a genuine instance of creative occultism, is the Surrealist Tarot, designed in 1939-40 and reproduced in the Revue Minute or, Geneva. Only 3 court cards appear in this version, Mage replacing the King and Cyrene the Queen, thus, 12 historical and literary figures whom the Surrealists found sympathetic are celebrated, 3 to each of the 4 suits, much as in some earlier French packs the kings were named after Charlemagne and other leaders. The GD Tarot still awaits an initiated illustrator willing to respect the revealed instructions. With some approach to the dexterity of the Book of Kells, so delicate as scarcely to resemble human craftsmanship, this could be a masterpiece of illumination in 2 senses. The order's method of divination by Tarot did not stand alone but was supplemented by astrology and geomancy. Students preparing for second-order work had to learn to cast a horoscope, also interpret a natal chart, a process demanding great ingenium. Several became expert. While they were taught the usual Western approach as a basis, Mathers passed on to the more advanced among them his astrological findings, which take as much account of the fixed stars as of the planets. He substituted a fixed zodiac, measured from Cor Leonis, for the generally accepted moving belt, and divided the houses in a different way. Some present-day investigators have agreed that it results in greater accuracy. None of the tellers all appear to have reproduced the knowledge lectures and / or the flying rolls containing the GD astrological instructions, though and on the Sephiroth, Iod equals the father, Abba, Chokmah. He equals the mother Ama, Bina. Va the son, Adam, Tippereth. He final equals the daughter, Makkah the bride, Makkuth. Waite's is based upon what? Apart from ordinary playing cards, a degeneration from any initiatic standard. The needless confusion which has resulted is the more regrettable since Waite, in Shadows of Life and Thought, 1939, seems to approve of the genuine assignments. Packs issued more recently that of the Insight Institute, for instance, tend to perpetuate Waite's perversities while suppressing the period charm of Pamela's artwork. Paul Foster Cases, put out by the builders of the addendum, follows weight in the matter of the court cards but makes an attempt at authenticity with the major arcana. Several of these arcana were varied gratuitously by weight. For example, the Fool. In reality the spirit of ether should be represented as a bearded ancient seen in profile, while Temperance should have the figure of Diana Huntress. Over 30 years later Lady Frida Harris was to act in a capacity similar to Pamela's when she illustrated the Book of Thoth, 1944, by Crowley. Frida's colored drawings, remarkable as they are, do not attempt to render the GD descriptions except as seen through a temperament Crowley's. During the 1940s they were exhibited at 2 West End galleries and were produced as a pack some years ago in the USA. There is also a transatlantic pack which is nicely drawn in an updated version of the Art Nouveau style but jettisons much of the traditional symbolism. A remote descendant of Mathers's thought but a genuine instance of creative occultism, is the Surrealist Tarot, designed in 1939-40 and reproduced in the Revue Minute or, Geneva. Only 3 court cards appear in this version, Mage replacing the King and Cyrene the Queen, thus, 12 historical and literary figures whom the Surrealists found sympathetic are celebrated, 3 to each of the 4 suits, much as in some earlier French packs the kings were named after Charlemagne and other leaders. The GD Tarot still awaits an initiated illustrator willing to respect the revealed instructions. With some approach to the dexterity of the Book of Kells, so delicate as scarcely to resemble human craftsmanship, this could be a masterpiece of illumination in 2 senses. The order's method of divination by Tarot did not stand alone but was supplemented by astrology and geomancy. Students preparing for second-order work had to learn to cast a horoscope, also interpret a natal chart, a process demanding great ingenium. Several became expert. While they were taught the usual Western approach as a basis, Mathers passed on to the more advanced among them his astrological findings, which take as much account of the fixed stars as of the planets. He substituted a fixed zodiac, measured from Cor Leonis, for the generally accepted moving belt, and divided the houses in a different way. Some present-day investigators have agreed that it results in greater accuracy. None of the tellers all appear to have reproduced the knowledge lectures and or the flying rolls containing the GD astrological instructions, though Francis King's Ritual Magic in England gives Mathers's table of adjustments. In spite of this, the rumor of astrology's peculiar brand of exact rule and personal intuition gradually percolated through profane society. Were it not for the labors of Mathers and his students in this field, how many horoscopes would now be appearing in the popular press? How many books on the subject, elementary or advanced, would be published? It was the sometimes hidden influence of the GD which gave astrology its present impetus. Mathers allied the medieval divinatory practice of geomancy both to astrology and to Enochian magic. Like them, it has links with preternatural entities, each of its 16 figures being ascribed to 2 such, the genius and the ruler. Each is also attributed to element, planet, or zodiacal sign. The name geomancy recalls that the method deals with the element of earth, the 16 random lines of points with which its operations begin being made ideally by a pointed wand in dry earth or sand. The employment of the Enochian squares as a chessboard and what Mathers called the play of Rosicrucian chess may have been suggested to him in the course of his Celtic researches. In The Mysteries of Chartres Cathedral, 1966, Louis Charpentier speaks of 3 tables supporting the Holy Grail: circular, square and oblong. A square table, he says, often takes the form of a chessboard, so most Enochian diagrams would seem to belong to this second category, that of intellectual initiation. Enochian chess can be a game at the one extreme or a basis for exalted prophecy at the other, and between the two a method of divination. Mathers also revived and reoriented 2 ancient means of magical consultation, remains of which had already been presented, though in decadent form, by the spiritualist movement. These are divination by the tripod, vulgarised as table turning, and by the ring and the disc, first popularized as the pendulum and since promoted by fringe scientists as radiesthesia. A document by Mathers gives directions for making and operating this ring and disc, the ring used as a pendulum and the disc being the circle of letters in the GD version. These are the Hebrew alphabet. Francis King recommends a gold ring suspended on a red thread, but the copy of Liberhado's Chameleones in my possession suggests making both ring and disc from pasteboard so that they can be appropriately colored and inscribed. Here, the thread should be colored to accord with the nature of the query. Wynne Westcott adds a note about the possible use of metallic thread. Is it possible that Mathers, even with the help of his wife and Wynne Westcott, could have worked out this intricately interlocked system of study, culminating with the Book of the Concourse of the Forces, in the course of 3 years? Is it not as likely that Mathers and his scryer were able to do so because they contacted instructors, whom they called the secret chiefs, from the subtler levels of being? Those who decry Mathers's work as eclectic have misunderstood its aim, which was, not to multiply correspondences for the display of erudition, but to arrange each strand of magical lore so that it would reinforce the rest. Chapter 19 Enoch Iana. The Enochian system of magic and its vehicle, the angelical language, are usually attributed to Dr. John Dee, 1527–1608, and his scryer or clairvoyant, Edward Kelly. However, in a Latin treatise published at Venice in 1531, Ve Orshadumia itself, an angelical word, the script of the angelical alphabet, is already to be found. From 1475 onward, a secret lodge of the same name, with which Marcello Ficino is said to have been connected, was operating in Venice. Colquhoun, in his misleadingly named Nabatean Agriculture published in German at St. Petersburg about I-860, also gives the angelical letters, though it is not likely that he knew of Dee's investigations. Madame Blavatsky mentions Colquhoun's work but not Dr. Dee's. By her references to Enochian literature in The Secret Doctrine she means the apocryphal Book of Enoch. Even considering the links that obtained between the early Theosophical Society in England and the early GD, it is not likely, though it is possible, that she gave MacGregor Mathers and Wynne Westcott a hint to investigate the system. However this may be, they did so, using not only the resources of scholarship but those of clairvoyance through the scrying of Moina. Kenneth R. H. Mackenzie, who died just before the founding of the GD, left manuscripts wherein the angelical language was used, and if these were accessible to the founders they would have provided further incentive. Mackenzie's documents are not to be discovered in the British Museum Library nor, I am told, in that of the SRIA, of which he was at one time a member. They may be hiding in some private Masonic collection. A letter to me dated March 5, 1954, from the late C.R. Camel states that a MS in the angelical language, of a much earlier date than the time of Dr. Dee, exists in the library of a Syrian monastery. The learned doctor could scarcely have known of this, and it has 254 since been classified as in an unknown tongue and indecipherable. I regret that Mr. Camel was not more specific. He did not say which monastery nor even which of the Eastern Orthodox churches owns this relic. I repeat what he wrote in case someone can fit in the missing pieces of the puzzle. Dee was, among much else, the founder of modern spiritualism, and Kelly was his most powerful medium, though by no means the only one he used. His chief spirit guides or better to say, communicators were not discarnate human residues but were the same archangels Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel as those who instructed the Hebrew patriarch Enoch, hence Dee's adoption of the latter's name for the system they dispensed. The difference between this and most of what has since passed for spirit communication is that Dee's contacts did actually say something, and something of profound interest. They did not merely maunder on with unverifiable speculations and moralistic platitudes. Whether they were or were not identical with Enoch's archangels, whether they were or were not angels at all in a theological sense, they were certainly a notch above the spirit controls who have manifested themselves since, most of whom come into Madame Blavatsky's category of flapdoodles. Among the unpublished work left at his death in 1955 by Edward Garstin was a glossary of the Enochian language. J.W. Brodianus had previously compiled one, and Elias Ashmole had long before attempted something of the kind, but whether Edward consulted these I do not know. Dr. Israel Regardie has also been working on such a glossary for some time in consultation with a philologist, and this should soon appear. Edward completed his investigations without consulting Regardie, of whose revelation of GD material he disapproved, so they reached the same conclusions, where they did so, independently. In a brief introduction, Edward makes the point in the 48 angelical calls the communicating angel sometimes needed to insert words, implicit in the language of the text itself, into the English translation so as to make the latter intelligible. He compares the telegraphic style of the original with that of the Sefer Ditzanyutha, equals the Book of Concealed Mystery, one of the three Zoharic texts comprising the Kabbalah unveiled as translated by Mathers. He further tries to sift these added words from their original text, at the same time analyzing their roots. He notes that the splitting into syllables found in D's MSS, the object of this being to aid pronunciation, has resulted in some syllables being wrongly reallocated. Edward suggests a possible angelical derivation for certain words in the Hebrew and other languages, comparing the Hebrew Zion with Shayan, equals temple, the Latin lux with luke, equals bright, and the Egyptian Ra with Roa, equals east. Some students have speculated that angelical is the Ur-Semitish language, source of all later Semitic tongues. Part of its uncouth impression on the Latinized I when written is admittedly due to the omission of some vowels, which must be supplied by the reader from previous knowledge, as in all Semitic languages. I prefer the opinion of Regardie, The Golden Dam, Volume 4, that it may rather be the language that lies behind Sanskrit in the words of Charles Johnson, namely, the language of Atlantis. It is not adapted to ordinary conversation, being primarily a tongue of lore, a hieratic tongue to be used in ritual, its vocabulary referring to transcendental matters. Like all sacred alphabets, this one consists of numbers as well as letters. The individual signs composing such are numbers as much as letters, but in a more recondite sense each letter is also a sigil or glyph. Each has an entity of its own, of which the form of the letter is an emblem or signature. A method of pronunciation was taught in the GD, and a disc survives of Crowley reciting the first of the 48 calls, beginning Elol Sanyaf or Sajai. The timbre of his voice is insufficiently sonorous to do such a mantram justice, but it does suggest how impressive this language could sound if adequately vibrated. The last word on its pronunciation, or rather vibration, has not yet been uttered. Enochian magic is, among other things, a Western equivalent to Hinduism's mantra yoga. I use the Sanskrit term for want of a Western synonym. The prime purpose of these elaborate diagrams is to produce the names of divine, angelic or demonic beings so that these may be evoked by sound to aid the operating magician. Move, therefore, show yourselves, adjures the first call. By certain manipulation of sound the system can, if my intuition serves, give access to an early world of Atlantean pellucidity, based on an employment of occult mathematics. It raises a superstructure unimaginably attenuated and jewel clear, what the Egyptian Book of the Dead symbolizes as the lily of green felspar. An echo of its nature can still be heard in Egyptian tradition, perhaps a gleam of it may be caught in Celtic wonder tales like the Voyage of Maelduin. Thereafter they voyaged till they found a great silvern column. It had 4 sides, and the width of each of these sides was 2 oar strokes of the boat. And not a single clod of earth was about it, but only the boundless ocean. And they saw not how its base was below, or because of its height how its summit was above. Out of its summit came a silvern net far away from it, and the boat went under sail through a mesh of that net. And they heard a voice from the summit of yonder pillar, mighty, and clear, and distinct. But they knew not the tongue it spoke, nor the words it uttered. Is the image of sailing through one of these meshes equivalent to entering in the spirit vision ** an Enochian square? Another passage describes a lofty island divided into quarters by fences of gold, silver, brass, and crystal, and containing respectively kings, queens, warriors and maidens. Do these tarot-like figures body forth the entities whom Dee called little daughters of light, and sons, daughters, and sons of light, and whose names he drew from the Greal seal forming the top of his scrying table. Or alternatively, are the quarters of this mysterious island another way of picturing D's watchtowers? Are they hinted at again by the woman in strange raiment who invited another voyager, Bran son of Feeble, to embark for a distant isle, around which sea horses glisten a fair course against the white swelling surge four pedestals uphold it? To my mind, the Enochian is further removed from everyday consciousness than any of the classic systems of medieval magic. A mathematical friend draws an analogy between these latter and Euclidean geometry, which he relates to the Braidic world of the Kabbalah on the one hand, and Enochian magic and the non-Euclidean systems of Riemann measuring the space-time continuum by the geometry of positive curvature, ellipsoidal forms, which he relates to the Yetziratic world on the other. The former magic evokes entities from the realm of mind, Enochian magic, entities external to the human mind. I put this idea forward in case other mathematical magicians or magus mathematicians can follow it up. I feel myself, though I cannot yet prove, that the Enochian tables conceal a musical system. These terms call and air themselves suggest an auditory reference. Crowley's substitution of key and ether may thus obscure a facet of meaning. It is possible that the tables provide a method of notation, or record frequencies on which the calls should be sent out. They may even suggest the construction of an instrument. This is a field which awaits further experiment. Of several novelists who have fallen under the spell of D, the most distinguished is Gustav Meyrink, 1868–1932. His long and fascinating novel, The Angel at the Western Window, of which a French translation appeared in 1962, deals extensively with D's family origins, his relationship with Kelly, intrigues with Elizabeth I and her secret service, travels and contacts with Central European monarchs, spiritistic experiments, alchemical investigations, and astrological predictions. But Meyrink leaves aside the basis of Enochian magic as revealed in the seances of Dee and Kelly, perhaps as material indigestible in a romance, though he describes some of the stances themselves. In this country Gerard Haim was, before his recent sad death, one of the few people with any understanding of Enochian magic, and I recommend his all too brief essay, Le Système Magique de John D. in No. N12, La Tour Saint-Jacques, Paris, to those seeking a technical exposition. Haim believed that the angelical alphabet was known to the erudite of Islam from the early years of their epoch. I am also acquainted with a fraternity appointed from an undisclosed source to carry further D's magical system, and it is now operating to this end. J. W. Hamilton Jones, a member of the TS and also a Freemason, in 1946 published his annotated translation from the Latin of D's The Hieroglyphic Monad. This is a mathematico-astrological work with alchemical overtones, written in a style both cryptic and elliptical. It does not touch directly upon his magical technique. The fact is, that hardly anyone knows anything about this technique from a practical angle, nor understands its theoretical basis. Ivor Jones, in an appealing booklet called The Green Rainbow, c. 1967, brings out the relationship between the chiefly alchemical work of Dee and that of a later transcendental Welshman, Thomas Vaughan, brother of the Silurist poet. But he gives little account of the content of Dee's experiments with spirits, merely recounting anecdotes about his theories and their sometimes awkward domestic consequences. He states that Dee left written works to the number of 79 but does not say how he arrives at this figure. Only a few have been published, the most important from the viewpoint of his magical system being a true and faithful relation of what passed for many years between Dr. John Dee and some spirits, 1659, though even from this the first 5 parts were omitted. About half a dozen other magical works remain in manuscript in the British Museum Library, others at the Bodleian, Oxford. A. E. Waite collected the alchemical works of Kelly in 1893. Even Dee's manuscripts provide little more than the skeleton of a system, rudimentary when compared to the consistent and elaborate magical corpus taught in the G.D. In his introductory paragraphs to the Enochian section of the Golden Dawn, Volume 4, Rigardi remarks with wonder that someone has welded disparate texts, scattered in different libraries, into a coherent whole. Who was this consummate welder but MacGregor Mathers, who signed with one or other of his magical mottos nearly all the order's instruction papers relative to the Enochian system? These formed an important part of the study course undertaken after the grade of Adeptus Minor and in preparation for the grades of the Second Order. It was mainly if not solely through Mathers that Dee's magical working was injected into the GD syllabus, and hence through him that it differs from that of most other esoteric schools. Though Elias Ashmole before him had attempted a recension of Dee's system, he did not fuse it with other Hermetic material. It was Mathers, or was it his secret chiefs, who composed the Book of the Concourse of the Forces. This stupendous amalgam combines Egyptian tradition, initiated astrology, tarot, geomancy, and the Kabbalistic tree of life with Dee's intense elemental constructions, to make a single monumentally impressive whole. No one without the profoundest knowledge of all these symbolic paths could thus have built up from them a workable synthesis. Henceforth I will call this system, devised by Mathers on the basis of Dee's pioneer investigations, by the name of Enochiana, to distinguish it from the undeveloped texts of Dee himself. Taking the Hebrew Kabbalah, particularly those of its treatises which expound the tree of life, as basis of the Near Eastern magic which, absorbed by Europe, became the classic form of the art for the West, Enochiana is recognizable as different though in no way contradictory. It has developed the chemes or magical squares of the former system into another dimension at right angles, if one may so phrase it, to Kabbalistic magic. A study in depth, Le Carré Magiciter Arpo, by the late Alex Bloch is one of the few authoritative texts on the subject of chemes. Similarly, it has expanded the Kabbalistic equivalent of mantra yoga in its elaboration of words of power. So much we owe to Dee or to his communicators. Mathers devised beyond this an Enochian parallel to the Hindu tattvas, more properly Tanmatras as taught in the GD, when he elaborated the elemental universe as revealed to Dee. This tattva teaching was taken more or less directly from nature's finer forces by Ramprasad, but whereas the tattvas represent, for example, air of fire as a red triangle charged with a smaller blue circle, fire being the element and air the sub-element, its Enochian equivalent is to be found in one of the squares of the lesser angle of air in the watchtower of fire. Enochiana is much more detailed, its elemental potencies being more finely subdivided as to classification. Therefore, the visions produced by scrying in its squares should be at once more elevated and more precise than those resulting from tattva scrying. While this is usually the case, judging from members' records which show that they contacted in appearance at least the SPHYNX, the angel and the god of each pyramid as they were taught, they seldom experienced the full power and knowledge of such entities, and their records sometimes read like an account of mere pageantry. The following is a vision of the X square in the watery lesser angle of the fire tablet by Annie Horniman, reproduced in Francis King's Astral Projection, Magic and Alchemy, 1971. I made the signs and called on the names and begged to be allowed to see the angel. She appeared with a blue lunar crescent on her head and brown hair which was very long. Her robe was pale blue with a black border, and a pentagram in red on her breast. Her wings were blue also, and so was the cup in her left hand. In her right hand she bore a red torch. Around her was a diamond of red yods. She told me her office was change and purification through suffering such as spiritualizes the material nature. Such visions seem at once too decorative and too anthropomorphic. There is no reason why the appearance of the angel of a pyramid, or of its lesser elemental inhabitants, should even recall a human shape. In the words of Yeats's superb poem, "Once out of nature I shall never take my bodily form from any natural thing, but such a form as Grecian goldsmiths make. I should rather expect such entities to manifest themselves in some abstract geometric shape suggesting jewelry, simple or complex according to their nature, or perhaps in forms resembling crystals or the basic cellular structures of organic life. This is only to say that further exploration is needed. The primary concern of Enochiana is with the world of the five elements, whose doctrine is common to both Western and Eastern occultism. It sets forth a geometric method of mapping this world, and a means of exploring it, in the 4 watchtowers, of air, water, earth, and fire, which are held together by the tablet of union, ether. These watchtowers are represented by diagrams divided into squares in 12 columns and 13 ranks, the tablet of union consisting of 5 columns and 4 ranks. One can imagine or construct a cube with one watchtower diagram on each of its sides and the tablet of union at the top, or perhaps a cylinder would be more appropriate. This solid figure, whichever it is, should be surrounded by a series of concentric spheres, each symbolizing one of the 30 Aries. The diameters of these spheres increase in geometrical progression with their distance from the watchtowers than which they are modes of being, worlds, or dimensions still more attenuated. Thus the diagram reproduced in the monolith, Volume 1, Number 4, which represents the Aries as a mass of circles, bubbles, all the same size above a terrestrial globe, would seem to be misconceived. Since 1964 the Order of the Cubic Stone has experimented with these calls, publishing results in its journal as just cited. It goes back for inspiration to D, ignoring as far as possible the developments of Mathers. The system is both macrocosmic and microcosmic, related as much to the human psychophysical organism as to the depths of space. Though D presented it in austerely diagrammatic form, he also recorded a vision seen by Kelly of 4 actual castellated watchtowers, with appropriate colors, banners, and guardians. He gives their colors as white, green, black, and red. Mathers assigns yellow to air, blue to water, black to earth and red to fire, reserving white for ether. It is perhaps significant that his attribution employs the 5 colors regarded as sacred in the Far East, though his motive for the variation may have been a practical one. When these diagrams are painted as talismans or hashing tablets, Mathers's coloring proves more effective. In the same way as Mathers projected the 2-dimensional diagram of the Tree of Life into a sphere and actualized the Fama's description of Christian Rosenkreuz's tomb, he raised the Enochian tablets into the next dimension. Each square of the watchtowers thus becomes the base of a solid, a truncated pyramid with 6 surfaces, 4 sides, a base, and a top. He recognized that a 3-dimensional mandala has a wider application than a line drawing. He further assigned to each face of a pyramid an elemental attribution, a taro arcanum, a zodiacal or planetary sign, a geomantic symbol, a sephirah, a letter, or an Egyptian deity. Sometimes he allotted 2 of these to one face. Each pyramid thus became a concourse of several different yet congruent forces which, manipulated by an effectual operator, could dispose of immense power. GD members were warned about the dangers of mere dabbling in this system, as in the sacred magic of Abramelin, which also makes use of magical squares. To experiment in the latter method without undertaking the preliminary praxis enjoined by its author would be asking for trouble. Initiated by ceremonial scrying and the vibration of words of power, Enochiana also should be approached gradually, with serious intent, and by members of a dedicated group. Should anything go wrong, the load will then be spread, and the impact neutralized or at least mitigated. Crowley of course paid no attention to such warnings. Whatever he lacked, it was not energy nor courage, even to the point of foolhardiness. In 1909 he undertook the peripatetic exercise in Enochian magic which he records in The Vision and the Voice. Accompanied by his disciple Victor Neuburg, he tramped across the deserts of the Algerian hinterland, pausing only for ritual and scrying with these calls. Perhaps he felt himself a second Edward Kelly as he gazed into his own particular shoestone, a huge topaz set at the center of a scarlet cross, while Victor scribbled down what he reported seeing therein. His purpose was to explore those recondite regions symbolized by the 30 Aries, or a Thursday as he called them, but I do not feel that he penetrated far into their essence, remarkable though his results are. The account of his visions set down by Victor reads too much like that of his other visions. These are obsessively concerned with interpreting the magical world of the Golden Dawn by his own magical extension of it, whereas Enochiana goes beyond either, and in a different direction. Crowley's atmosphere is often loaded and lowering if sometimes technicolor, and the frequency of nightmarish episodes, like the following from a vision based upon the cry of the 18th Ether which is called Zenwai, suggests that he failed to pierce through the turbid clouds of his own aura to any clearer sphere, and now there dawns the scene of the crucifixion, but the crucified one is an enormous bat, and for the two thieves are two little children. It is night, and the night is full of hideous things and howlings. Later, he set out the basis of Enochiana with admirable lucidity in the Equinox, NOS 7 and 8, though without acknowledging that the work had already been done by Mathers. Such omissions can be as damaging as lies. Yeats also must have delved some distance into Enochiana since he took part in the game of Enochian chess, another development of Dee's investigations for which Mathers was responsible. Enochian chess is more than a game, as Regardie says, The Golden Dawn, Volume 4, its chessboards can, when prepared according to the Mathers formula, become flashing tablets and the play or raying of the checkers a method of divination. I know of a group of occultists in the USA who in the 1940s did just this and came up with some remarkable results. One of the prophecies thus obtained declared that before the end of the century Russia would lose Mongolia to China. Time will show. In Celtic mythology, references to Fitchel, a kind of chess played by its heroes and divinities, are frequent. Skill in this Morthang aim is a mark of magical power. Yeats worked out what may be called a Celtic extension of Enochiana and describes some tables which he calls chessboards in an unpublished manuscript, National Library of Ireland, 13568, 2. Here a cromlech, a capstone supported by four uprights, replaces the concept of a pyramid with four walls sloping to a flat top, and changes in color attribution as well as in the allotment of the direction of space to the four elements are introduced. There is no indication of date, so this material may have been given out as second-order teaching, which is known to have varied that of the first order in some respects, or Yeats may have arrived at it after the schism through his own researches. The evocations of the cromlechs, the chessboard, was undoubtedly of great mystical importance and in ancient times is attributed to certain cromlechs. There are 20 different attributions corresponding to the reflection of the powers of the four gates of each of the four cities and to the reflection of the four gates of the city that is above the gods and above form. As these cities correspond to the four elements and the spirit, so do the reflection of their gates correspond to the subdivisions of the elements and of the spirit. Each square of the chessboard represents a cromlech seen as from above, and all the uppermost stones of the cromlechs of the chessboard, when it is attributed to the city of fire, are red or red-yellow, and when to the city of air a blue-green, and when to water violet or silver, and when to the earth yellow. Each uppermost stone is supported by four supports corresponding to the four angles of each square, and these supports are allotted to the elements and the colors in a certain order. I will take the allotment of the chessboard to the forces of the western gate of the city of Gorgias for an example. Gorgias corresponds to the element of fire, and as the west is the place of water, the western gate is the water of fire. The upper left-hand quarter corresponds to the east and the air, the upper right-hand quarter to the south and fire, and the lower left quarter to the north and the earth, and the lower right quarter to the west and water respectively. Each of these quarters is again divided into four quarters, this again divided into four quarters containing a single square each. The place of earth is considered the place of greatest elementary power, and the place of water the next, and the place of air the next, and the place of fire the least, for the elements decline in weight in this order. The strongest sub-element, in the allotment, which will be earth in the chessboard when allotted to a northern or earthy gate of a city, and fire if the allotment be to a southern gate, etc., will always belong to the northern support, which will therefore be colored yellow, and the next strongest sub-element, which will be fire in the case of the southern quarter of the board, will be allotted to the west, and so on. I will take the square marked X as an example. It is the eastern square of the western quarter of the chessboard allotted to the western gate of the city of Gorgias. Its cromlech will therefore be the cromlech of air, of water, of water, of water, of fire. The main element fire is represented by the uppermost stone, the most powerful sub-element, water, by a violet or silver northern support, and the next most powerful sub-element, which is still water, by a violet or silver western support, and the next subelement, water, by a violet or silver eastern support, and the least powerful sub-element, air, by a blue-green southern support. Yeats's diagrams are oblong, very roughly drawn. I have made them square as they cannot otherwise be related to the chessboard. I have colored them according to his directions, and have also retained his spelling of the word cromlech as he is using it in a special sense. I do not entirely share Rigardi's scorn for later Enochian students, since I have studied some papers by members of the Hermes Lodge of the Stella Matutina describing in great detail the attribution of Egyptian deities to the squares of the watchtowers, though whether these were ever used in a practical way is open to question. These watchtowers were communicated by a spirit called Ave. Another, called Nalvaj, revealed a further table which, though modest in size, seems to me of considerable importance. Again, it consists of letters geometrically arranged, this time naming 4 classes of entities, forces, angels if you will, which rule jointly and perhaps also severally over the watchtowers. D particularized them as laudantes, equals those who praise, ministrantes, equals those who minister, confirmantes, equals those who establish, and confundantes, equals those who throw into disorder. In so far as humanity partakes of the elemental realms, these 4 classes of beings bear sway over it. Therefore, though the first 3 would seem to be beneficent, the confundantes in the course of their destined function can cause chaos in human affairs, from the most trivial to the most momentous. I suggest that the entities whom Yeats experienced as the frustrators when he was receiving the communications on which he based a vision came from that class. Their existence alone is enough to advise caution. This is not to maintain that the confundantes, or any other Enochian entities, are essentially evil, even in the restricted sense of hostile to humanity, but, disturbed inexpertly, they may prove as destructive as electricity or any other natural force mishandled. They are the vehicles of particularized elemental energies, in some cases personalized, but in a different mode from that of human beings. Good is, for ordinary consciousness, whatever contributes to the well-being of humanity, but the provision or maintenance of such well-being may as a goal be utterly unimportant in a larger cosmic scheme. Whatever undermines it or sweeps it away may not in a wider context be evil at all. Between mutability's teeth let us make our dwelling. One would be wise to take Rilke's suggestion to heart. Chapter 20 Alchemia. I use the word alchemia for the science or art of alchemy as seen through the GD temperament, in the same way as I employ Enochiana for the Enochian system of magic similarly seen. Today, if anyone thinks alchemy dead or exploded, they had better think again. Though in the West the establishment has always tended to consign it to the dustbin of rejected knowledge, arising as it does from the underground stream of Magian thought, it is as much alive in the present as in any previous century. Without racking my memory, I can think of several operators on the continent. The late Armand Barbault, author of Voor du Milibni Matin, 1969, just published in an English translation, Eugene Cancelliet, pupil of the mysterious Fulcanelli whose identity is in debate although he was active in the very recent past, Roger Caro, Bernard Husson, and the painter Louis Cattiaz, who wrote Le Message Retrouvai, 1955. All maintain, or until lately maintained, an alchemical laboratory in back room or back garden. M. Cancelliet has even been shown on television at his labors there. Roger Caro, author of Pliat Alchemique, 1967, and Concordances Alchemiques, 1968, has also published a colored photographic record of the great work in its different stages and is associated with a fraternity known as Les Frères Ains de la Rose Croix, which operates 2 temples, the Ahunta and its offshoot the Vrihapita. Their members are European adepts, some of whom have taken magical names in Sanskrit. The following lists are probably not complete. Ahunta Temple Kumala Jainana, Superior, author of a Dictionnaire de Philosophique Alchimique, 1961, published at Argentiere, Charlotte. Theophorianae, Hierophant Major, Mustagogos, Hierophant, Erebus Ermion Jethro and Palingothara Teleturgos Vrihapita Temple Pasiphi, Hierophant, Nidus Astra Tejas Raza. It would be rash to assume that these temples function in India. It may well be in France, with a theosophical inspiration. They engage in practical as well as theoretical alchemy. During the course of a visit to Mkaro, Dr. Serge Houdin was shown a specimen of the quintessence. Hiquid rouge en masse compact, mats prenant l'ocular dormi foichu tlse trouvé idle, as his preface to Concordances Alchemiques recounts. The popularity of Dr. Houdin's own books on alchemy is a proof of a continent-wide interest in the subject. He writes from a theoretical viewpoint without attempting, as far as I know, either the physical or the spiritual praxis. Perhaps I should at once say what I think alchemy is not difficult though it is to define it positively. It is not a moralistic allegory, but neither is it mere furnace work, the torturing of metals by extreme heat. Authorities unite in decrying the souffleurs, puffers, whose one idea was to transmute metals into gold in order to get rich quick. It is not chemistry of any kind, not even so-called hyperchemistry. It is rather an aspect of nuclear physics, and its well-attested transmutations result from nuclear reaction brought about by a still unknown process. No doubt there are alchemists practicing in Britain. There are certainly several theoreticians with magnificent personal libraries like Michael Innes, not the novelist, and Robert Lankeois, to say nothing of the late Gerard Heim, whose unique collection was dispersed some years before his death. He was a founder member of the Society for the Study of Alchemy and Early Chemistry, and of its journal, Ambics. His introduction to the French translation of Gustave Merinc's novel, Le Dominique and Blanc, 1963, shows his insight into the theory of Taoist alchemy, traceable to China in the 6th century BC, with a special reference to the tradition that a sword is found materialized in the coffin of an adept whose corpse has been transmuted by the elixir into a body of light. In the 1930s, London possessed a genuine adept in Archibald Colquhoun, a physiotherapist and masseur then living in Boundary Road, N.W.8, who wrote Alchemy Rediscovered and Restored, 1940. Edward Garstin visited his laboratory, where he was shown the philosopher's egg, a glass vessel of ovoid shape containing layer upon layer of basic matter in the traditional colors of black, gray, white and yellow. At the top these had blossomed into a flower-like form, a pattern arranged like petals around a center, all of a glowing orange scarlet. One remembers Sir Epicure Mammon's anxious query in The Alchemist by Ben Jonson, "Thou hast descried the flower, the sanguis agni," by keeping his basic matter for a long time at a constant gentle heat. Colquhoun had caused it to grow. It had branches like a tree, as Edward told me. Colquhoun would not divulge what substance he had used as basis, but remarked that he always kept an open pentagram in the laboratory while he was at work. I took this to be something like the GD Pantacle, the magical implement related to elemental earth, and I suppose he kept it wrapped in silk when not in use, as instructed. Other adepts have maintained that the laboratory must also be an oratory. Though I feel sure he was not a member of Edward's Lodge, he may well have had some other GD connection. Colquhoun followed directions he found in the writings of Sir George Ripley, a disciple of Raymond Lully, probably in the Bosom Book, which gives a method for preparing the Philosopher's Stone. Ripley was also the author of the Compound of Alchemy containing 12 gates, 1471. Colquhoun prepared oils from all the metals and prescribed them in minute doses to his patients. To take more than would tinge a liter of water would poison one. Oil of gold was the most effective healing agent, but Mrs. Mutransel Hayes was cured of a nervous breakdown by taking 3 drops of oil of silver, presumably in as many doses. By the I-94 Colquhoun had moved his place of work to the Holborn area, where Gerard Heim, who was a friend of Edward's from Quest Society days, used to see him frequently. Gerard was by this time in the fire service, and when he was injured on duty Colquhoun gave him a balsam which, as he believed, saved his life. The laboratory was wonderfully equipped, the finest since the 18th century, so he said, by the generosity of Mrs. Meyer Sassoon, who had great faith in Colquhoun after he gave her potable gold as a medicine and to whom his book is dedicated. He was killed when a direct hit destroyed the laboratory, and there was no successor to carry on his work. It would be impossible to set up his experiments from the sketchy and elliptical descriptions in his book. As lately as 1965, Gerard told me of a friend, then aged 95, who still took potable gold with great benefit. Its effect was to prolong life and youth. He could not, or would not, reveal this patient's identity, but there may be others even today who are in possession of Colquhoun's remedies. If there are, I only wish they would contact me. Where did the GD derive its alchemical teaching? Mainly from the Zoharic treatise, Iskmetzerov, equals purifying fire, which forms part of von Rosenroth's Kabbalah Denudata, though it was not included in Mathers's translation. The two versions of an alchemical tree of life which figure in Liber 777, chapter. The earliest translation into English was made in 1714 by a lover of Philolithes. Dr. Wynne Westcott published an edition in 1894. It was he who contributed more than Mathers to the order's alchemical knowledge in its early days, William Ayton being his most devoted pupil. I have heard that some of Ayton's papers survive in the possession of a descendant, and again, I can only ask that if this is so he will contact me. Though a ritual for transmutation formed part of the GD magical corpus and was intended for practical working, Mathers did not attempt to include the fugitive symbols of the art in the Book of the Concourse of the Forces. No doubt he wished to be sure of his own understanding before passing it on to students, and it was not until after a profound study of Jacob Boehme's Mysterium Magnum and of the treatises in Salomon Trismos and Splendor Solis that he grasped the full import of the subject. So highly did he also come to value Kirchweger's Aurea Catena Homeri, 1722, equals Homer's golden chain, believing it to enshrine powerful cosmic secrets, that he allowed no adept below the grade of 70 equals 4 degrees to study it. He had previously soaked himself in the thought of Boehme, who takes over much of the alchemical worldview and develops it into his own mystical system. What of the elixir of life? A suggestion of Mathers having discovered it, a Faustian aura, hovers around him throughout his life, from the time when, among his early pupils, it was rumored that he had sought and found it, like Zanoni in Bulwer Lytton's novel. Later he identified himself in some sort with King James IV of Scotland, about whom the tradition of immortality lingers. Apart from this, the air of mystery surrounding his death and the lack of detail regarding his burial, there is little to substantiate such beliefs. Yet he was an enigma, a man who influenced his generation and those succeeding it, yet himself left hardly a trace beyond his few published works, who used a title, yet was not a member of any discoverable chivalric order, who specialized in military matters, yet never joined a regular army, who established himself as a scholar without evidence of higher education. Was he of the race of the Comte de Saint-Germain, of those immortals who, as esoteric tradition avers, appear and disappear at will, taking on a temporary humanity for an unknown purpose? Boehme inspired Kirchweger. Compare his 7 qualities of God with some of the links of the Catena. Kirchweger posits corresponding qualities, naming his first 3 the earthly ternary. This consists of chaos or the wrath of God, which he contrasts with light or the love of God. The contrary action of these 2 qualities or forces generates rotation, Boehme's Kreuzrad, crosswheel, as third term. Boehme calls the 2 antecedent qualities uncreated will, seed or contraction, and will, giving rise to duality. Otherwise, he speaks of salt, mercury, and sulfur in that order, thus posing the more usual sequence, adopted by Kirchweger, which makes sulfur and salt the opposing forces and mercury their combined rotation. It is easy to recognize here an occidental and literary equivalent of the well-known Taoist diagram of yin with yang. In the chain the Kreuzrad appears but does not immediately follow the first two links. I find myself drawn to the Aurea Catena more strongly than to any other alchemic text. To me it is inspiring for three reasons. First, I have discovered that exciting relationships with the tree of life and the color scales of the Gdes Minutum Mundum develop spontaneously in the chain when one makes sketches of it. Then, I find it depicts the identity of nirvana and samsara by its use of an identical sigil for the last link at either end of the chain, both the lowest one and the highest. One sigil is upright and the reversed, but which is which? By inverting the usual order, suggestive relationships emerge. As above, so below is the Hermetic equivalent. The Kabbalistic, Kether is in Makuth and Makuth is in Kether, but after another manner. Thirdly, the Catena sets out with clarity a yin-yang metaphysic under the names of the two basic alchemical qualities, sulfur acid spirit father male seed universal active principle heaven air steel hammer subtle clear volatile. Other authors assign the qualities differently, the fixed becoming male and the volatile, female, but most are tantric in so far as they insist on the antinomy and its resolution. The sexual content of alchemical literature is obvious and some alchemical terms bear a physiological analogy: alembic, the uterus; bath of Venus, the vagina, or possibly the amniotic sac; moderate fire, sexual, heat of the body; salt alkali body mother female seed universal passive principle earth water magnet anvil coarse dark; aqua vitae, fluid secretions in general, female secretions in particular, of which 18 are listed in tantric texts; seminal viscosity, semen or rather its subtle counterpart, the Sanskrit bindu; sperm of the philosophers, spermatozoa, male secretions; medicina catholica, the quest essence, in particular, the feminine principle, perhaps the anima of analytical psychology, most alchemical literature being written from a masculine viewpoint. It is interesting to compare my list with one in a diary kept by W. B. Yeats in 1889, Nat Lib of Ireland, 13,570, where he records the following: Simon Magus says, Eden universal womb. Rivers of equals umbilical cord. Streams of equals 2 veins and 2 arteries. Embryo equals point cosmic. Vital fluid equals amnium equals akasa. Womb equals ether of space, photo, manas. Umbilical cord equals elementals, comets, dream content of Kamarupa. His handwriting is difficult to decipher, but this brief note indicates that his association of ideas was following a similar direction. Some of the instructions for the 0T.0 higher degrees are couched in an alchemical code, where Athener equals penis. Serpent blood of the red lion semen. / equals vagina. Retort cucurbit F menstruum of the gluten vaginal secretions. First matter amrita 1 mixed with semen. Elixir I equals first matter transmuted. If one consults still other alchemists, one finds 3 principles called the 3 serpents or the triangle. These sometimes represent soul, spiritus mundi, equals soul of the world, and the solvent. At others, mercury, sulfur, and salt are almost equivalent to the gaunas of Hinduism, whose names may be translated as the serene, the aggressive, and the sluggish tendencies in nature. Turning again to the Aurea Catena, spiritus mundi is subdivided into 3, volatilis incorporeus, equals volatile unbodied, contrasted with acidus corporeus, equals acid corporeal, or sulfur, and fixus alkalinus, equals fixed alkaline, or salt. Sulfur and salt, their antinomy resolved, come together as double salt, the prima materia, equals first matter. A diagram clarifies this: soul the solvent spiritus mundi, soul of J world, volatilis incorporeus, volatile unbodied, J1 acidus corporeus I fixus alkalinus, sulfur, J, salt, prima materia, double salt. Offshoots of the GD have tried to carry on the alchemical tradition. Francis King's Ritual Magic in England reproduces an experiment worked by the Hermano Ubas Lodge, Bristol, in this field. while other evidence suggests that its active period was less recent than Mr. King implies and may date back some 40 years. Its alchemical work seems to have had a practical application, and the resulting medicines are reported efficacious when taken in small homeopathic doses, like Cochrane's metallic oils. Such efforts, with those of Caro in the MIDI, would seem to carry on the genuine line of Rosicrucian therapy. In the Monolith for Spring, 1967, Robert Turner, then co-chief of the Order of the Cubic Stone, in a brief essay related the alchemical processes to the diagram of the Tree of Life. This gave no sign. Copyright the National Galleries of Scotland. King James IV of Scotland, tradition tells that he survived Flodden Field and achieved immortality as a hidden adept. Mathers felt an occult link with him, artist unknown. That he or any member of his order had engaged in practical alchemy, and I am not convinced that his interpretation of the lions, black, red, and white, and their riders is valid. He leaves out the most usual green lion and alters the generally accepted color sequence of black/white/red. He borrows 3 out of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse and mounts them instead on lions. He ignores the alchemical trees of Ishmetzarov and Liber 777 and assigns the metals according to their respective planetary spheres. Thus, following the planets, he identifies only 7 processes. His interpretation is no more than an exercise in comparative symbology, shedding little light on the basics of alchemical discipline. I have no space here to analyze Edward Garstin's 2 unpublished essays on alchemy and astrology, but I will try to examine in some detail another work left by him, a glossary of alchemical terms. I prefer all these to his Theurgy, 1930, and The Secret Fire, 1932, though the former is soon to appear in a French translation because they get down to alchemical brass tacks more than either of the published works. Edward disclaimed any practice in physical transmutations, but admitted, if pressed, that he had attempted what he called spiritual alchemy. I do not know exactly what he meant by this term, but too often the phrase indicates a merely academic knowledge or some theory about the nature of the great work. Sometimes it covers no more than pious allegorizing along the lines of purging the soul of its mortal dross to reveal the true spiritual gold, and so forth, or the equation of heat with love in a vein of sentimental religiosity. Where a hint of such attitudes occurs in Edward's published works, they fail to touch the profundities of his subject. Judging by a glossary, he may have known more than he was willing, or perhaps able, to say. Besides Cochrane, the Ishmetzarov and the Aurea Catina, his sources include Thomas Vaughan's works, The Ordinal of Alchemy by Thomas Norton, pupil of Ripley, Trismos and Spender Solis, a suggestive inquiry by Mrs. Atwood, 1850, Dr. John Dee's The Hieroglyphic Monad and the Clavis Chimicus from the Rosicrucian Secrets, unpublished, with the alchemical writings of Edward Kelly, 1894, The New Pearl of Great Price by Peter Bonus, 1546, and The Triumphal Chariot of Antimony of Basil Valentine. Edward emphasizes the work of past alchemists in Britain and shows no interest in those on the continent at the present day. I base the following summary on his anthology of definitions because in elucidating the symbolic language of alchemical literature it also gives an idea of how certain GD students approached this recondite subject. Substances. Alchemy postulates a bodiless state which subsists both below and above that of the universe manifested to humanity as matter. The use of such spatial imagery in order to hint at types of being outside the space-time continuum as ordinarily cognized is awkward and even misleading, but inevitable since language is limited by human perception. This incorporeal state is the primum ens, equals first essence, by which its embodied counterpart, the prima materia, first matter, is bounded. Viewed as most dense in its central manifestation, this prima materia operates a scale of changes both upward and downward, and it is with these extremities, the confines where matter ends, in the words of the Chaldean oracles, that alchemy deals. Aristotle called it the spagyric, i.e., separative, art because it consists largely in dividing the primum ens from the prima materia or corpus which acts as its vehicle if the physical universe, separating the volatile from the fixed. In an imagery which is remarkably constant across the boundaries of culture and epoch, the eagle and sometimes other birds and winged beasts stand for the volatile, also for the female, and Mercury when this is used for the feminine half in the alchemical equivalent of a yin-yang concept. The lion and other beasts represent the fixed, also the male and sulfur. The gluten of the eagle, otherwise called lac virginis, equals virgin's milk, must be mixed with the blood of the lion to effectuate the combining of yin with yang. The imagery in other contexts for these polar opposites may be, white woman and red man, Venus and Mars, and cf. The moon and the sun, silver and gold and the queen and king. The partition of the universe into the primum ens and prima materia, more or less equivalent to the Puriska and Prakriti of Vedantic thought, is diagrammatic since reality is structured rather as a series of scales or degrees. In a recent and in some respects horrifying book, The Beginning Was the End, Oscar Merth employs a fourfold cosmic division: spirit, half matter and matter, which he learned during his stay in a Chinese Buddhist monastery and which applies both macrocosmically and microcosmically. In a similar sense, when alchemists speak of 3 mercuries or 3 sulfurs, they are calling attention to the varied forms and functions of substances at different levels of being, and indicate by this particular subdivision just 3 of those several levels. Comparatively few physical substances seem to be used in alchemical experiment, but in its literature, of whose vast scope, extending throughout history and into all cultures, the ordinary educated person has no idea. Each goes under a diversity of pseudonyms. Wherever the art is found, its practitioners seem to be doing and even saying the same basic things. Some of their variants refer to a given substance at a particular stage of the great work or at a particular cosmic level, but the problem of decipherment is complicated by the use in some texts of the same name for distinct substances. One cannot understand an alchemical text by trying to translate it into everyday language. Its challenge is more than that of a decoding job and needs some faculty analogous to poetic appreciation. It is strange that the literature of alchemy has been neglected as an art form, which it is, among much else. Beyond my own immature article in The Quest, I know of little except Claude Diège's Anthologie de la Poésie Hermétique. The engraved illustrations which enliven many alchemical texts, or, like the Book of Lamspring and the Mutus Liber, stand in their place, also await aesthetic assessment. As far as I know, the only attempt in this direction is Van Lareneff's Art et Alchimie. M. Caro tells me that today, should the aim be to experiment alchemically with physical substances, it is most difficult to obtain materials of the right quality through ordinary channels. The products available commercially are almost always doctored chemically to facilitate packing, storage or transport, or indeed, brutally vitiated with a view to larger profits. To the alchemist they are therefore useless, and he must place special orders or undertake other démarques to obtain what he needs. Elements. There are 4 forms of the spirit: the incorporeal state, related to the corporeal elements. Azoth is its watery form. Kibrik its airy, Alakahov, or Alikasopk its earthy, and Sandaris its fiery form. These are the elements' subtle counterpart and the animals that figure prominently in alchemical texts, and their illustrations are often emblematic of these elements: whales or fish, of water; the eagle, of air; the lion or the ox, of earth; and the sala, mandar or the dragon, of fire. Paracelsus, 1493–1541, concocted an elaborate personal terminology which gives Iliads or Iliadus as a collective name for the incorporeal elements, chaos, which he calls Iliaster, and which is, like the elements, fourfold. Macrocosmically, it is the chaos of earth, water, air, and fire which reflects itself into man as microcosm, and is there known as Iliaster primus, secundus, tertius and quartus or magnus. To go deeper, these Iliastri are concerned with the elixir of immortality, and in this sense are extended by certain epithets or phrases. The Iliaster primus, earth, is called the life force, balsam of nature and balsam of life. The secundus, water, can give conditional immortality through the four corporeal elements. The tertius, air, is the astral power, to be obtained through the quintessence or fifth element. The quartus or magnus, fire, is called the immortality of Enoch or of Elias, brought about by a translation of the dense body which implies a rearrangement of the particles composing it. Stages. In the course of the great work, the production of the elixir of life and / or the philosopher's stone, the chosen basic substance, whatever it may be, goes through three main stages called after the colors that occur when it is heated: black, white, red. These are further differentiated by some authors, thus, black, blue or gray, white, saffron, red, purple in Dorn A. J. Pernides The Great Art, 1786. The colors which mark the stages of the work are arranged with their planetary and metallic attributions thus: black, gray, peacock's tail, white, yellow, red, purple, foot, $2, copyright lead tin, mercury, silver, copper, iron, gold. More fully tabulated, the stages can be related to season and zodiac in this way: putrefaction or dissolution, black, white, red, winter, Capricornus, Aquarius, Pisces, spring, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, summer, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, autumn, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius. The mention of color reminds one of a passage in The Alchemist where the houseboy, Face, complains: "These bleared eyes have watched to read your several colors, sir, of the pale citron, the green lion, the crow, the peacock's tail, the plumed swan." Here the order of the colors and the stages they signify is confused, but the lines show how symbolic birds and beasts sustain a pictorial element in alchemical writing. Sir Epicure has already drawn attention to a special interpretation of classical myths. I have a piece of Jason's fleece, too, which was no other than a book of alchemy, and all that fable of Medea's charms, the manner of our work, the bulls, our furnace, still breathing fire, our argent vive, the dragon's teeth, mercury sublimate, that keeps the whiteness, hardness, and the biting, and they are gathered into Jason's helm, the alembic, and then sewed in Mars his field, and then sublimed so often till they're fixed. The Atlanta Fuegians, 1618, of Michael Mayer extends the technical use of mythology to alchemical ends. Secret fire. With the consideration of heat, the actual processes of alchemy come in question. There are said to be 4 grades of fire related to zodiacal signs and known as son of Aries, son of Taurus, black stage, of Gemini, white stage, and of Leo, red stage, respectively. Or there may be a division into 3 grades instead, those of Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius, the signs composing the fiery triplicity of the zodiac, and further described as natural, unnatural, and contranatural. I suggest that the first of these 3 refers to the natural warmth of things, perhaps also to the utilization of dung as a heating agent in some experiments, or a method of breaking up metals by proximity to a swiftly turning disk of steel, without direct contact and without heat or oxidization. In alchemical terms, this melting is operated through the action of hidden, elemental, fire. The second may indicate the direct use of sunlight, and the attraction of lightning in the production of alchemical results, sometimes associated with the dry way using crucible in place of philosopher's egg. The third may allude to the puffer's excessive application of heat in the athanure. The grades of fire are sometimes more simply classified as internal and external, or natural and applied heat. Processes. The processes leading up to the accomplishment of the great work are numbered in one text as 4. These are: solution of the chosen substance in mercurial water, preparation of the philosophical mercury, its corruption and the generation from it of the philosophical mercury, its corruption and the generation from it of the philosophical sulfur. They are otherwise given as solution, ablution, reduction, and fixation. Most authors, however, posit a greater number of processes. The Aurea Catina has 10 links, but 12 is more usual, often related to the labors of Hercules. Norton symbolizes them as 12 gates, Basil Valentine as 12 keys. I adopted the latter's nomenclature as chapter headings in my esoteric novel, Goose of Hertnogenes, 1961. Le Livre de Furia et Hermetics, 1763, of Courtenay de Pornic describes 22 arcanes, a number inevitably recalling the major arcana of the tarot. Here, in Arcane 13, La Flora Ison, La Fleur de Sages Kreutzer La Plante Philosophique Asterisk, and in Arcane 14, La Fructification. Couleur du Pavet de Champs au Rouge vif du Sang / exactly describe the flower in Cochrane's laboratory, which must have reached a stage intermediate between these two when Edward saw it. This text was reproduced in Initiation et Science, famous for its articles on alchemical themes, number 55, 1962, by Claude Diage de la Blatinière, who died 2 years later. Number 63, 1965, of the same review contained an obituary by Serge Houdin and featured on the cover a photograph of Diage which, strangely enough, bears a strong resemblance to Edward. Another text in French, La Pelote de Vion de Vive, 1678, by Mathurin Equem, Sieur du Martineau, contains 21 movements and one fixed point, the latter frankly equated with the Fool of the Tarot. Microcosm. Scattered through the writings of Paracelsus one can find much lore relating not only to the subtle counterpart of metals but to the subtle body of the human being. When alchemy is used therapeutically, it is to this vehicle or to one of its subdivisions that treatment is directed and through which the cure is thought to ensue. In the Paracelsian system, the parts of the soul, or, better to say, the scale of subtle bodies, compare neatly with the Hindu and Theosophic sevenfold scheme. In order of subtlety, beginning with the most incorporeal or volatile, these vehicles are: Hindu system Atma Buddhi, higher manas, lower manas, Kama Prana Linga Shariras Chula Sharira, the great work. This proceeds in 3 stages. The first, Rubis, is the conjunction of sulfur and mercury, frequently Paracelsian system 1. Spiritus 2. Flesh of Christ 3. Flesh of Adam 4. Archeus 5. Evestrum 6. Iliastri 7. Limbus 8. Corpus. Depicted in illustrations by a hermaphrodite human figure, equivalent of the geometric yin-yang diagram. The second, the elixir, is itself subdivided into elixir of bodies, or first rotation proceeding to the blue stage, there follow the 7 imbibitions which lead to the white stage or white tincture, and then to the red stage or red tincture. The third is called the elixir of spirits or elixir of fire and is brought about by fermentation. There are said to be 2 kinds of gold: white gold, which is our mercury, and red gold, our sulfur. The possessive pronoun indicates that common mercury and sulfur are not intended. It would seem to be just one more image for the concept of yin-yang polarity underlying alchemical thought. I will conclude by stressing that the elixir and the stone are quest objects as agents of transmutation at all levels, and will quote one occasion, recorded in Thomas Vaughan's Memoriae Sacrum, 1658, on which the great work was effected. On the same day my dear wife sickened, and on the Saturday following, which was the day she died on, I extracted it by the former practice, so that on the same day, that proved the most sorrowful to me, whatever can be, God was pleased to confer upon me the greatest joy I can ever have in this world after her death. Metallic transmutation, though necessary to the achieved alchemist's end, is no more than a token of the sage's profounder knowledge and wider powers. The toiling hyperchemist may produce transmutations of a sort in his laboratory, but without the ability to manipulate forces on the confines where matter ends, he is no alchemist. Chapter 21 Tantra. The magical system taught in the GD is to be classed as theurgy, the magic of light, as distinct from all types of sex magic and even exclusive of them. In the preface to his monograph of the same name, Edward Garstin defines theurgia as the practical part of spiritual alchemy and later continues: the Egyptian theurgists, who said that the gods were spiritual essences, and were partaken of as light, leaving the light unaffected, while the partaker was filled. He adds, nowhere in the truly sacred mysteries, at any rate in the West, was any teaching given involving any sex practices, such as the introversion of sexual forces, endeavoring to draw these up the spine and into the brain. It follows from this that he disapproved of Aleister Crowley. Indeed, when I first met my cousin he was very bitter against him, though less on account of his supposedly harmful influence than because of his treatment of Mathers, which was shabby by any standards. Edward was always intensely loyal to Mathers and Moyna, but it is fair to say that towards the end of his life he modified his attitude towards Crowley and grew less blind to the latter's merits, though he still deplored his oath-breaking, libeling, and pilfering of others' material. Perhaps Edward was becoming more tolerant. 285. Of the strangely juxtaposed tendencies which constitute a human being. While I believe Edward's view of sex magic to have been generally held in the GD of his time, Regardie, in my Rosicrucian adventure, expresses the same opinion concerning the absence of sex magic in GD teaching, I also believe that certain of its earlier students of second-order rank were given more than a hint of processes which might today be classed as tantric. This speculation is difficult to substantiate, since the teaching, if such there were, would not be committed to writing in any explicit way. In all occult sodalities the student receives, in addition to graded rites, instruction by stages, one from books in libraries, and by means of public or semi-public lectures, to which correspondence courses are a possible adjunct or alternative. 2. Through knowledge lectures, as the GD called them, usually duplicated or privately printed papers available to members only, and in private lectures or seminars. 3. Through secret MSS lent only to the more advanced students, and individual teaching from mouth to ear, the unwritten Kabbalah or its equivalent in other systems. In these days of scientific enlightenment and universal education, should not information of any kind be available to all? Esoteric fraternities may be thought a little out of style in demanding secrecy or even discretion from their adherents. Yet how far do unqualified investigators penetrate into a nuclear research laboratory, or non-initiates into an office where the policy of a financial consortium is decided, or the profane into a government department concerned with defense? The result of the last type of intrusion may well be imprisonment. Even the International Committee of the Red Cross at Geneva La Maison, to its members, who never exceed 25 in number, meets for its major decisions in strict secrecy. These examples demonstrate the fact that when matters are considered important enough, secrecy is the rule. Those who demand admittance must be in possession of the equivalent of a password. Returning to the field more usually designated occult, the problem is to determine if there is in the West any corpus of tradition comparable to the tantras of the Orient, whether Taoist, Buddhist or Hindu. While sex magic of various kinds is common to all cultures, especially at the level of folk practice, I doubt if one can find Tantra properly so called in Europe unless as an importation from the East. Those writers who profess to discover it tend to stress one of Tantra's 5 ms mathana, sex intercourse, at the expense of its other 4. Nonetheless, Tantra is, according to Philip S. Rawson, organizer and cataloger of the Arts Council's exhibition of Tantric art in 1971, a cult of ecstasy focused on a division of cosmic sexuality. Lifestyles, ritual, magic, myth, philosophy, and a complex of signs and emotive symbols converge upon that vision. The basic texts in which these are conveyed are also called tantras. This exhibition, one of the most inspiring, aesthetically and metaphysically, I have ever seen, gave a clear insight into a specialized and sophisticated worldview. I did not hear of any complaints about obscenity, and I hope there were none. I suggest that Tantra in art, philosophy, feeling, represents the Magian strain in Oriental culture. I take the term from Spengler's Der Untergang des Abendlands, a title too briskly translated as The Decline of the West. Where this style, distinct equally from the classical and the romantic modes, was first isolated. Had one the opportunity to study them in depth, certain of these tantric exhibits would, I feel sure, cast light on Dr. D's Enochian system. I think of geometrical arrangements of the letters of the Sanskrit alphabet, and other diagrams consisting of squares for astrological computation, and again, Tantras representing the origin of the lingam. If Dr. D is the most profound example of Magian thought in the West, he may be also a Western exponent of Tantric thought. Another theme, just one more, which lies awaiting exploration. As any equivalent of Tantra would belong to the third and most secret category of esoteric instruction in a magical fraternity, one can only collect scattered references, gossip even, as indication of its presence in the GD, much as, in the sphere of national politics, one can sometimes gain insight from the questions asked in Parliament, rather than their replies, often phrased in an officialese designed to bewilder rather than enlighten. Following such faint trails, one can pick up traces of a tantric or anti-tantric attitude in several GD members, in Mathers and Moina themselves, then in Dr. Edward Berridge and Annie Horniman. Remember her expressed disapproval of him in this regard, in W. B. Yeats, Dr. Brodie Innes, Aleister Crowley, of course, and A. E. Waite with Arthur Machen as his disciple. Why did the Matherses select Isis from the Egyptian pantheon for a cult revival? Or were they rather selected by her? Who or what was she, besides the power of the invisible station which should inspire the premonstrator of a GD temple? She was the moon as Queen of Heaven, but also the earth and its corn, nourisher of mankind, both Isid and Makath on the tree of life. Archetype of mother, sister, and wife, she was, beyond that, the great goddess of all the pantheons, Mother Nature herself, Bina, but also Ansaf, or the all-pervading and all-producing. When Moina assumed the god form of Isis, she became the universal Shakti to her husband. Did they feel some lunar influence as needed to balance the GD's magic of light, and was this the motive for their revival of Isis worship? Waite's interest, with the exception of Crowley's, is, surprisingly to say, the best documented. In the Gerald York collection of MSS at the Warburg Institute, London, is a work by Waite entitled The House of the Hidden Light, 1903, which was never published, though bound into a volume through the assiduous care of M.R. York. It mentions the veritable, ancient, and rectified rite of Lilith, called in the Great Book of Avalon. Whether this great book was ever written does not appear, but as to the portion of it called the rite, one can guess at its intention by analyzing the names in its title. In Kabbalistic tradition, Lilith is ruler of the Qliphote, equals shells or evil demons, pervading the averse aspect of Isid, microcosmically the sphere of sex. Rabbinic lore characterizes her as Adam's first consort, a succuba and mother of succubi, which suggests that this rite concerns sexual congress with preternatural beings. Legends elaborate further, assigning the younger Lilith as wife of Asmodee, who rules the sphere of Venus Aversa, the Qliphotic Netzach, and Lilith the elder as spouse of Samael, prince of the Qliphoth of Chokmah, sphere of the Dark Father. It seems as though Waite were dealing, not only with sexual magic, but with its blacker side. He had investigated Andrew Jackson Davis during an earlier Spiritist phase and was to publish in 1922 an account of Davis's harmonial philosophy. But this rite would seem to go much further than Davis's fairly tentative sexual theories. The Hebrew letter *7 = L, lamed, however, is allotted to the sign Libra, mansion of Venus, and to the major arcanum known as Justice, both without goetic undertones. Crowley renamed the card adjustment and ascribed to it a phallic vulval significance as the woman justified by Iod. Waite goes on to say that the rite is symbolically related to the third letter of the Sanskrit mantra Mahum, as A and O, U, were already in use as emblematic of the magic of light and typified. Sunrise, Greek Eos, M must have indicated another path, lunar as distinct from solar, perhaps, one which utilized the feminine current as such. The magic of light expresses the unisex idea in an occult sodality, either by admitting men and women on an equal footing, irrespective of their sex, or by restricting membership to men only. Tantra, however, needs women because in its view their psychophysical constitution contains elements absent from that of the male. This is the basic inspiration of all cults devoted to the great goddess, and the reason for the suspicion with which they are commonly viewed in a male-oriented society. Thus, while a tantric group admits women, it cannot do so on a unisex footing since the reason for their presence consists in their very difference from men. This view may be aptly suggested by the letter M. Any fraternity making use of the powers which the goddess subsumes could come under the same designation, also those women-only groups deriving from myths of the Amazons. These are not necessarily of a lesbian tendency, though I understand that such exist. In Elliot O'Donnell's Secret Societies of Modern London one of them is mentioned as the Gorgons, but there is no evidence of such sororities in connection with the GD. Waite's ryle is not given in full, so it is impossible to say how far it openly made a cult of the goddess. Evidently his initiates formed a secret group within his HOGD, like certain of its predecessors in Isis Urania, but were not drawn exclusively from it. All his members had left the original Isis Urania by this time and were consequently in schism. Waite lists them under their GD mottos and I append their names in the profane world. Sarar Shem Eber equals Sarar Ilaria equals Sarar Vigilate equals Sarar Fidelis Frater Asurgam equals Frater Levaviaculos equals Frater Finum Respice Frater de Profundis ad Lucent equals Frater Anima Pura Sit. Pamela Carden, Mrs. P. Bullock, Mrs. Helen, Rand Elaine Simpson, Dr. Edward W. Berridge, Percy Bullock, Dr. Robert W. Felkin, Frederick L. Gardner, Dr. Henry Pullenbury. One should add Waite himself and his great friend Arthur Machen, also perhaps Crowley, since he was already associated with Elaine Simpson and Dr. Berridge in the Loyal/M Temple. The connection of these Hermetic students with the rite sheds an unexpected light on the personality of some of them, not least on that of Waite himself, and one may also speculate on how Mrs. Rand reconciled herself to Dr. Berridge, to whom shortly before she had been almost as much opposed as was Annie Horniman. Waite gives another list of names, seemingly in respect of offices rather than individuals, which includes Frater Aquarius Sarar Benedicta in Aqua Frater Flias Artista Sarar Gloriosa in Igni Frater Christophoran. The two last obviously represent a version of the GD Stoli Stes and Datuchos Stolis Tria and Datouche if the offices are taken by women initiates niched on the Tree of Life in Hot and Netzach respectively. Christophoran, equals Christ Bearer, could be an office attributed to the sphere of Tifereth, while Elias Artista, which has alchemical overtones, and Aquarius would be referred respectively to Gebera and Chesed. Waite himself probably took the office of Elias Artista since he used this title in other places almost as if it were an extra magical motto, and Machen was sometimes called Aquarius instead of Filius Aquarii. Waite belonged to a generation which tended to veil in Latin the frunca parts of any discourse, and this one is wrapped up as well in his usual obfuscated prose. He casts oblique glances, however, at a mysterious locus faunorum, equals place of the fauns, and a locus inferior is Zion, equals place of the lower Zion, which can scarcely imply anything if not sexual polarity. The latter name is in fact a Zoharic locution for the female genitalia, id Arazuta Kadisha, ch. XXII, 744, the passage is a clear example of the sexual basis to much Kabbalistic thought. Even if all is to be taken symbolically, what is said must concern a rite oriented to sex magic and therefore distinct, not only from the magic of light but also from the Christianity to which Waite continually animadverted, to use a word of which he surely would approve. I call to mind the fringe Masonic ritual recorded by Crowley in Energized Enthusiasm, the Equinox, No. 2, which I once assumed to be fantasy. If it is surprising to find Brodianus as a collaborator of Waite in the sense the two were personally as oil and water, it is no surprise at all to find him an advocate of Tantra, in which he had already shown an interest. If Kenneth Grant is right in thinking that Shakti Tantra or its Western equivalent formed the basis of Dion Fortune's occult work, then she received an initial impetus towards it from Brodianus. Nor is the cooperation of Dr. Berridge astonishing, since one of the first serious squabbles to strain the fabric of Isis Urania arose from his adherence to the Brotherhood of the New Life. This was founded by the naturalist American Thomas Lake Harris, who with his followers, one of whom was the fascinating Scotsman Lawrence Oliphant, 1829–88, author of Sympneuma, established several communities to put his ideas into practice. Here belief in a double-sex deity replaced extreme monotheism, group marriage and the search for the soulmate were advocated, and trance states induced by means of Kuratsa, what the O.T.O. was later to call Dianism, were encouraged. Mild enough by present-day standards, Berridge's propaganda for these notions would have been found generally shocking in the Britain of last century, and Annie Horniman was not the only occult student to be scandalous. Complaints soon reached Mathers, by that time domiciled in France, that Berridge was leading the younger members astray. Mathers, however, refused to discipline him as Annie demanded, and told her, more or less, to mind her own business. He made it clear that in his opinion everyone should reach a conclusion on sex questions without interference from their fellow students, though they could apply to their superiors in grade, i.e., himself and Wynne Westcott, if they felt the need of guidance. His attitude is remarkably broad-minded in a man who, as far as one can judge, himself led a life of considerable abstinence. Berridge repaid the tolerance of his chief by rallying support for him in the hour of need, which struck some years later on the defection of most of Isis Urania's initiates. Whether Lake Harris evolved his ideas out of his own ingenium or otherwise, they certainly bear some resemblance to Tantric yoga. The Tantrika avoids wasting semen in orgasm, the substance is valued for its occult properties and is ideally absorbed into his psychophysical being where, especially, its subtle counterpart reinforces his subtle body or bodies. Oliphant advocated a system of internal respiration, related to yogic breath control, to be used especially during the sex act. A booklet by Alice B. Stockham entitled Kuratsa, 1895, describes the sex praxis in some detail. It would seem to be indistinguishable from what Catholic theologians, when listing permissible methods of contraception, call coitus reservatus, and which they classify as a type of continence. This instance of casuistry makes one wonder whether the relationship of Mathers with Moina was strictly and permanently Platonic, that is, based upon continence as ordinarily understood and as her letter of December 31, 1895 to Annie Horniman would imply. Could it be that Kuratsa was not excluded, being assumed to be a spiritualist praxis far removed from ordinary sexual stimuli and their satisfaction? If Mathers exercised as much mesmeric ascendancy over his wife as Westcott opined, he may have persuaded her that coitus reservatus was not a sex act, and to overcome to this degree her repugnance from intimate physical contacts. Seated face to face, ritually robed in nemes and mantle, the scarlet and blue reversing the traditional coloring of Bodhisattva and Dakini, they may have remained entranced for hours in a mutual enthronement. Whatever their relationship consisted in, continence, in either the accepted or the casuistic sense, it did not injure Moina in any way. One never hears of her as physically ailing, nor does she seem to have been emotionally victimized. I am not sure that the same can be said of Mathers, though he was of tough physique and always took steps to maintain his health and strength. Accounts dating from before the turn of the century and stretching forward to the outbreak of the 1914 war note in him symptoms of nerve strain. May not these have been due in some measure to the taxing control which Kuratsa demands? Several sexologists have warned against the practice on these grounds. There may be further reason for misgiving, while one knows that Crowley is not a trustworthy reporter, especially when his subject is an ex-friend. An assertion which may be pertinent occurs in Liber Agape. This is an 0.T.0 instruction paper dealing with sex magic quoted by Kenneth Grant in The Magical Revival. Having indicated the use of the mouth in a vampiric manner at the culmination of intercourse, Crowley continues, it was used by the late Oscar Wilde, and by M.R. and Mrs. Horrocks also, in a modified form by S.L. Mathers and his wife, and by E.W. Berridge. The ineptitude of the three latter saved them from the fate of the three former. As the said fate involved prosecution and a long prison sentence, the implication would seem to be that the practice Crowley hints at, if completely performed, would so pervert the judgment of its practitioners as to urge them into crime while obstructing their escape when the law prepared to catch up on them. But Crowley was irresponsible in such accusations, and he may, knowing Berridge's predilections, have thrown in a snide remark about the Matherses for good measure. Whether or not they used or attempted to use the species of vampirism, wherein the partners become sage and victim, it is plain that Kuratsa in itself could have brought them some advantages. Not only could it provide an occult launching pad for exploring the realms of mystery, but a contraceptive whose near safety would obviate concern in respect of family ties, rather than which both undoubtedly desired occult advancement. In view of the continually precarious state of their finances, the care of dependants would have frustrated the mission to which both had been called. Mathers's teaching dealt with sex in another, more recondite manifestation, that of the elemental spouse. Both he and Wynne Westcott not only believed in the possibility of such a union, but must have taught methods by which a partner from preternatural regions could be attracted. They recommended an elemental marriage to Mrs. Carden, despite the fact that she was married already in a less rarefied fashion to A. J. Carden and had produced a daughter. Without more detailed documentation than is at present available, it is impossible to say more than that here again the two GD chiefs were in accord with Tantric tradition, for the advanced Tantrika has methods of obtaining a daimon lover. Such beliefs are not confined to specialized cults in the Orient, however. The folklore of the world teems with stories of the fairy bride or fairy bridegroom, whether beneficent or averse, from the seal man and seal woman of the Hebrides through the Lady of the Lake or the Lamia to the mermaid and stress of the Lusignan line. If such unions result in offspring, and they are often said to do so, it is difficult to dismiss them as mere fantasy without also classifying all our forebears as mentally deranged. While Moina disliked the idea of elemental mates as much as human ones, she did not doubt the possibility of such, and one wonders how long she continued to resist it in face of what she sincerely believed to be Rosicrucian teaching. She must in the A.0 have given instruction on such subjects as the esoteric philosophy of love and marriage if she banned, as too revealing, Dion Fortune's book of this title. Mathers need not have gone as far afield as the secret systems of China, India, or Tibet. Islam hides a similar tradition with the Beni Udra sect, and for several reasons it is more likely that, if Tantra, so called for the sake of convenience, formed a part, albeit hidden, of Rosicrucian doctrine, it came from the Near rather than the Far East. Mathers himself was temperamentally opposed to Oriental borrowings, and there is no evidence to suggest that he ever joined the 0.T.0, though I cannot find anything in Europe comparable with the extensive Oriental systems properly designated as Tantric. Some residues of the pre-Christian Gnosis which taught similar doctrines may have survived the centuries. In general, however, Europe owes its Tantra to Eastern lore brought back in more recent times by enterprising travelers like Karl Kellner, who have penetrated exotic cults in the course of their wanderings. The seal was set on these graftings when Crowley was initiated into the 0.T.0 in 1912. Mathers may well have given him an inkling in his early studies, and, like others, he no doubt gleaned something from his travels, though too much has been made of his Tantric chorus. Crowley stayed in the neighborhood of Madura, South India, for only a few days and could not have taken any advanced initiations there in so brief a time. Later in Benares he had a talk with Sri Swami Svayam Prakashananda Maithala, and with Munshi Elihu Bux at Agra, but neither was a Tantrika, and there is no reason to think that Tantra was discussed. As to Sri Mahatma Agardiya Paramahansagora and Bhima Pratap Sen, who are claimed by some as his mentors in Tantra, he did not ever meet them but only received their teaching, at third hand and much later, from Theodore Royce. They had been the initiators of Karl Kellner. Towards Agumya, Crowley did not feel the respect due to a revered master, judging by the scornful account by Col Fuller which he published in the Equinox, no. For while Crowley was one of nature's Tantrikas, his proclivities were not channeled in a workable system until his reception into the 0.T.0. I do not belong to that school of thought whose chief exponent is, perhaps, Serge Houdin, which sees in love stories by several poets of the Belle Époque the work of Tantra initiates. Dr. Houdin thus claims Rambo on the strength of the sonnet Voiles, and Delisle Adam of Vev Future. Earlier, there was de Nerval and Orally. In no case is there hard evidence for membership of a closed group nor for anything more than erotic sensibility. I append my own translation of Voiles so that all can judge whether it mirrors an assent unto doth or any similar occult praxis. Vowels a black, e white, I red, u green, o blue. Vowels, I'll tell your hidden origin. A. Swarthy coat of glistening flies that whine round disenchanting sten ches there below. E. White of curtain mist, the glacier's proud spear shaft, pale kings, rustle of humble bloom. I. Lovely in ire or sad delirium the crimson laughing lips that have spat blood. U. Tides, celestial murmur of green seas, piece of herd scattered pasture, wrinkled peace alchemy's imprint on a studious brow. O. The last trumpet of strange stridencies. Omega, violet radiance of her eyes. Eons and worlds rise through their silence now. It seems to me that Dr. Houdin confuses fantastic love affairs with an obscure but exacting discipline. With W. B. Yeats, however, one is on firmer ground. One knows at least that he spent the greater part of his adult life as a member of a secret fraternity. Though never closely associated with either Waite or Crowley, and this is one reason for divining a tantra-like strain in the illuminations of Mathers himself, Yeats set a high metaphysical value on sex, both in his personal life and in his work. The latter falls into Spengler's category of the Magian. Many of his poems celebrate what he calls the solved antinomy, of which he sees marriage, and indeed all sexual love, as a glyph. He extends this idea in the prose of A Vision, 1926 and 1937, where it recurs as one of the basic themes. In the union of man and woman he sees a symbol of that eternal instant where the antinomy is resolved. The book is full of abstruse statements like, passionate love is from the daimon which seeks by union with some other daimon to reconstruct above the antinomies its own true nature, and in the most ascetic schools of India the novice tortured by his passion will pray to God to come to him as a woman and have with him sexual intercourse, nor is the symbol subjective. While I have no wish to overestimate the tantric tradition in the GD, there are some hints suggesting its existence. Whatever leakages there may have been previously, it was Colquhoun's publication in The Magicians of the Golden Dawn, of Moyenne's revealing letter to Annie which brought the matter to the surface. While Mathers and Molina communicated this and any other sexual teaching only to pupils who in their view were ready for such instruction, Waite must have come at it by another, probably transatlantic route. It is plain from such intimations on the lore of elementals and their relationship with humanity that much order teaching has not yet reached the general public. Material already given out lies hidden in mundane recesses, more remains undisclosed, in the keeping of guardians who await those qualified to receive it and distort and transmit it with discretion. Will the year 1975 see them emerge? The order has spread not as its chiefs would ideally have willed, but it has spread, and its name is more powerfully evocative than ever before. If a complete revival is to take place in the future, its master spirit must be, as Mathers aimed to make himself, both a scholar and an adept. He must have a good knowledge of Hebrew, Greek, and Latin, preferably of Arabic also, and he must possess at least several of the occult buata, excellencies, and klesa, equals accomplishments, to substitute Gaelic terms for the Sanskrit sthis. How far Mathers succeeded may be gauged by comparing his attainment with that of most present-day occultists. I may fail, but I will be renowned, like the race of the echoing Morven. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, founded 1888, the name by which it sought to be unknown belied its tinge of light. The sunset of a century was nearer to its point of sight. Mathers and Mina, Florence Farmaud gone, Yeats, Crowley, Mackin too all took the journey to Damcar. With Alan Bennett the pick how they entered in the temple's close, and some came out the further side, some backed away with gain or loss, and others tragically died, but set on all a hidden stamp the rays that from its luminary, though not the ever-burning lamp, marked once again the Magian way. While evening's acrid brilliance played a phantasmagoric rite, they cast a keen delusive glance through the proscenium of night. The promise was, to draw aside the curtains of great Isis veil, counting disease and suicide well risked by all if one prevail. Number 298. Elegy on the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. The gods that Mina made to deck the inner vault of mystery are now sewn up inside a sack stored in a dank depository, for Mina had the collage found before Max Ernst. She learned to glue bright slivers on a canvas ground. Enlivened horror's fading hue, alas for all her joys and pains, all her sincerity and pose. Her quest treasure still remains the perfume of a secret rose. Digimob. Note: names occurring only in membership lists or diagrams are not included. Adams, Dr. Mary E. Rose, 90 Adiyi, Alice M. Willett, 97 Aga Khan, Mirza, 127 Agumya Paramahansagora, Sri Mahatma, 295 Ahmed, Rollo, 193 Ahmed Ruai of Kerman, Haji Sheikh, 127 Ahunta Temple, the 269 Oralgud, Sarah, 141 Alpha Omega Temple, the 138 I4 of Alberta, Hugo, 39 Amen Ra Temple, the I37F, I49F, 184, 190, 244 Arnoun Lodge, the Egypt, 195, 198, 21-6F, 245 Ancient and Archaeological Order of Druids, the 120 Ancient Order of Druid Hermetists, the 120, 123, 127 and Druid Oliac Brythe Reaches, 117, 120, 122, I24F, 127, 129F. Ansel, Mrs. E.A., 119, 127 Argentumastrum Order, the 204, 238 Arnold, Sir Edwin, 125 Ashmole, Elias, 123, 255, 259 Atkins, Hilda M., 57 Atwood, Mary, 277 Aubrey, John, 123 Auden, Whiston H., 236 Ayton, Rev. William A., 52, 272 Ayton, Mrs. W. A., N., 52 Barbald, Armand, 269 Bardic and Druid Order, the 198 Baruchant, Victor, Pierre Victor, 53, 80 Bidley, Georges, 41 Bauer, Michael, 134 Bale, Miss, 152 Beardsley, Aubrey, 219, 225 Beerbohm, Max, 223 Bell, Ernest, 29 FF. Benezet, 58 Bennett, Alan McGregor, 79, 84, 90, I02 FF, in, 118, 124, 138, 144, I46 FF, 164, 172, 213, 222, 250, 298 Bennett, Arnold, 144 Benson, Sir Frank, 223 Bergier, Jacques, 144, 224 Bergson, Prof. Henry L., 50, 53, 93 Bergson, Michael G., 49 Bergson, Mrs. M. G., Kate, 49 Bergson, Moyna, C. McGregor Mathers, Mrs. Bergson, Philip, 59 Berridge, Dr. Edward, 90, 92, I39F, I48F, 160, 163, 170, 185, 199, 220, 232, 245, 288, 290e, 293 Besant, Annie, 119, 126, 128, 140, 152, 169 Biggie, Caroline A, 197 Bigham, Mr. Justice, 91 Bingham Hall, Mrs., 195 Blackton, Marcus W., 191, 200 Blackwood, Algernon, 2 Iof, 238 Blackwood, Sir Arthur, 210 Blake, William, I-22F. Bland, Hubert, 227 Blavatsky, Helena P., 29, 36, 39, 77, N8F, 126, 151, I68FF, 173, 254, 255 Block, Alex, 260 Boma, Jacob, 272F. Bois, Jules, 44, 85, 101, 109, 113, 139 Booker, Christopher, 224 Borrow, Anthony, 235 Boughton, Rutland, 167 Bullen, the Abbé J.A., 139 301. Bowen, Captain P.G., 119 Braddon, J.R., 62 Bredel, John W., 52 Brodianus, Dr. John W., 88, 118, 138, 140, 149, Dot, 170, I-84F, I-9 of, 195, 199, 2 I-6F, 255, 288, 291 Bronte, Duke of, 166 Brooke, George H., 137 Bruce, Lucy H. M., 195 Brydod, Philip, 122 Bullock, Percy, 84, 172, 191, 216 Bulwer Lytton, Edward, Lord Lytton, 33, Sif, Isif, 273 Burroughs, Herbert, 169, 192 Bury, Dr. Henry Pullen, 84 Burton, Sir Richard, 62 Bus, Miss, 152 Bucks, Munchie Elihu, 295 Camel, Charles R., 254 F. Campbell, Allen, 140 Campbell, Mrs. A., Joan, 140 Campbell, H., 97, 142 Canceliet, Eugene, 269 Carden, Alexander J., 294 Carden, Mrs. A. J., N., 294 Carmichael, Alexander, 167 Caro, Roger, 269 F., 276, 279 Carpenter, William, 122 Carson, Sir Edward, 62 Case, Dr. Paul Foster, 139 Case, Mrs. P. F., and Davies, 139 Castle of Heroes, the 56 Catianks, Lewis, 269 Charles Edward, Prince, The Young Pretender, 77, Carrot Charpentier, Lewis, 252 Chichester, A, 3 of, 187 Quolson, 254 Chubb, Ralph, 220 Close, Herbert H. Meredith Starr, 24, 32 F, 129 Cochrane, Archibald, 27 F, 276 F. Coleman Smith, Pamela, 99, 232, 2 Soph. Collins, Mabel, 119, 151 Carrot Collison, H, 232 Constant, Alphonse Lewis, Eliphas Levi, 62, 101, 171 Cooper, Mary, 118 Cooper Oakley, Isabel, 118 Courtneage, Charles, 141 Cox, Benjamin, 137 Creasy, John, 29 Cromlech Temple, the Solar Order, 138, 185, 195. Cropper, Margaret, 230 Crow, Dr. William B., 16, 79, 93 Crowley, Aleister, 15, 24 F, 29, 32 F. 35, 4 degrees, 5 L 55, 6 of, 64, 66, 79 F, 84, 86, SGFF, 101, IO3FF, IO8FF, 118, 128, 138, 140, I46FF, 151, 155, I59F, I63FF, I69F, 172, I74FF, 181, 185, 187, I93F, 204FF, 21IFF, 220, 222, 229F, 233, 238, 247, 25 of, 2S6FF, 263, 285, 288FF, 293 FLF, 298 cubic stone, the order of the, 202, 246, 262, 276 Dothende, Max, 84 FF, no Dothende, Frau M. Annie, 84 Davidson, Gustav, 98 de Bry, Franciscus, 35 de Glenstre, Comte, 51 de la Blatinira, Claude Diage, 279, 283 de L'Isle Adam, Villers, 295 de Miramar, Maria T. F. Mrs. A. Crowley, 175, 214 de Nerval, Gerard, 295 de Pasquale, Martinez, 39 de Pornic, Kurdenek, 282 de Saint Martin, Louis Claude, 39 de Steiger, Juliet, 244 d. Dr. John, 243, 25411, 277, 287 Della Mirandola, Pico, 247 Dickens, Charles, 62 Dixon, Dr. George Carnegie, 138 Dixon, Mrs. G. Carnegie, Edith, 138, 195 Dunlop, G. D. 119 Durand, James M., 85, 139 Durand, Mrs. J. M., Theodosia, 85, 139 Edison, E.R., 234 Edwards, Dr. Oliver, 49, 53, 58, 64, 136 Eliot, Thomas S., 236. Eliot, John H., 90, 216 and Cause, Dr. Gerard, Papoose, 74 Equem, Mathurin, Sieur de Martineau, 283 Irvin, St. John, 161 Favre, Antoine, 144 Farquharson, Alexander, 89 Far, Florence, Mrs. Edward Emery, 84, Facing P 128, 129, 141, 143, 146, I52FF, I6 off, 164, 172, 215, 238, 298 Far, Dr. William, 152 Falcon, E. Miss, 216 Falcon, Dr. Robert W., 132, 138, 150, 170, 175, Ijif, I-96F, 199, 2I-5FF. Falcon, Mrs. R.W., Mary, 132, 138, Falcon, Mrs. R.W., Ethel, 192, 216 Fenton, DeWent, 92 Frandollar on Davies, Gwen, 167 Firth, Violet M. Mrs. Penry Evans, Dion Fortune, 58, 95, 142, Isoff, I-84FF, 21-1, 2I-7FF, 238, 247, 291, 294 Firth, William, 62 Fitzgerald, Reverend J.C., 197 Flaccus, Quintus Horatius, Horace, 97 Fomario, Netta, 58, 184 E. Forster, E. M., 236 Fox, Maureen, 157 Fraser, Sir James G., 62 Freemasonry, 20, 69 F., 75, 134, 137, 2I6F, 258 Fuller, Major Gen JFC, 6X, 66, 92, 11 If, I64F, 295 Gaster, Dr. Moses, 16 Germer, Carl J., 105 Gilchrist, Mary, I86F. Gledo, Rupert, 29 Gledo, Mrs. R., Helen, 29 Gerda, Johann W., 36 Golden Dawn, the Hermetic Order of the I33 FLF. Golden Dawn, the Holy Order of the 15, 20, 27 FF, I33 FF, 232 FF, 298 Gone, Maud, Mrs. Sean McBride, 55 F-, 84, 93, 106, in, 138, 143, 153, is 6 I6 of, 164, 167, 172, 248 Good Child, John A., 168 Gordon, Rev. A., I24F. Goff, Gerald, 29 Gorgiev, George I, 238 Grant, Kenneth, 119, 174, 189, 291, 293 Grant, Mrs. K., Steffi I., 174 Gregory, Augusta, Lady Gregory, 33, 136, 161 Grimm, Jacob L., 62 Ganone, Ren 6, 38, 113 Gurney, Edmund, 168 Gutch, Rev. AP, 197 Gwyn, Stephen, 156 Hadfield, Alice M., 234 Haggard, Sir Ryder, 144 Hall, John, 194 Hamilton Jones, J.W., 258 Harris, Frida, Lady Harris, 213, 251 Harris, Thomas Lake, 127, 149, 291 Hartman, Franz, 132 Houseman, Baron, 62 Heath Stubbs, John, 203 Hermano Ubas Temple, the, 134, 196, 245 Hermes Lodge the, I-92F, I-95F, 218. 245, 268 Hermetic Society, the, Dublin, 119, 136, 157, 173 Hermetic Society, the, London, 16, 119, 123, 146, 168, 170 Haim, Gerard, 17, 50, 57, 59, 86, 93, 95, 139, 258, 27 off. Higgins, Godfrey, 120 Hilarion, The Master, 37, 186 Hill, Lucille, 140 Herzig, Leah, Faesi, 214 Hodson, Alice, 228 Hockley, Frederick, 75, 120 Hogg, Amila, 222 Hone, Joseph, 68, 86, 108 El Horniman, Annie E. F, 49, 51, 58, 64, 66, 78, 8 IFF, 86, 88, 108, facing P 129, 136, 138, 149, 153, 159 registered dash, 164, 172, 26 of, 288, 29 off, 297 Horniman, Frederick J, 82, 159 Horton, W. Thomas, 2I9FF. Horace, Theo, Goff, 150, I79F, 226, 293. Horace, Mrs. T, Laura Salomon, etc., 90F, 150, 179F, 226, 293 Horace Temple, 136L, 138, 162, 246, 299 Houghton, Michael, Horowitz, Michelle Just, 142 Howard, H. Theodore, 202 Howe, Ellick, 34, 36, 44, 54, 61, 66, 71, 73, 81, 104, 134, 170, 191, 226, 232, 296 Hugel, Baron von, 230 Hughes, Donald, I-92F, 195 Hughes, MRS. D. Hope Mackenzie, Agaf, 195 Humperdinck, Engelbert, 62 Hunt, Carl G., Baron von, 39 Hunt, Dr. Roger, 198 Husson, Bernard, 269 Hoodin, Dr. Serge, 37, in, 144, 270, 283, ZGSF. Emmy Temple, the, 181 Inner Light the Fraternity, Society, of the, 142, I8 SFF, 238 Innes, Michael, 270 IOK, Rabbi Shimeon Ben, 98 Irwin, Francis G., 120 Isis, The Rights of, 86, 88 Isis Urania Temple, the, 1. 33, 52, 84, I34 FF, 146, 149, 152, I57F, 164, 166, 173, 215, 244 FF2. 45, 90, 106, 149, 170, 175, 179, I90FF, 232 FF Jackson Davis, Andrew, 289 James IV of Scotland, King, H2F, 273 James, M. R, 224 Jastrzebski, Dr. Edward Bogdan, Edwards, 137 Johnson, Charles, 173, 256 Jones, George Cecil, 90, 92, 118, I63FF, 213, 2S Degree Jones, George Stansfeld, 250 Jones, Rev. Ivor, 221 Jones Mackin, Arthur Llewellyn, Arthur Mackin, 200, 2 IOF, 22 IFF, 230, 234, 238, 250, 288 FF, 298 Johnson, Ben, 236 Kelly, Edward, 254 F, 262, 277 Kellner, Carl, 294 Kelly, Rev. FF, 163 Kelly, Sir Gerald F, 90, 112, I63F, 234 Kelly, Lady, 234 Kelly, Rose, Mrs. A. Leicester Crowley, No, 163, 2I3F. Kineally, Dr. Edward V, 122 King, Francis X, 58, 61, 134, 172, 188, 191, 253, 261, 276 Kingsford, Dr. Anna B, 76F, 93, 1X9, 168, I7 of, 173, 195 Kingsley, Charles, 62 Kipling, Rudyard, 224 Kirchweger, Joseph, 273 Knights of St. Francis of Wycombe, the, 124 Kropotkin, Prince, 127 Lankiowicz, Robert, 270 Lathbury, G. P. Miss, 29 Leadbeater, C.W., 151 Lee, Reverend Arthur H. E., 140 L. E. Fanu, Sheridan, 224 Legros, Professor Alphonse, 49 Lorraine F. Van, 279 Lewis, C. S., 234 Licht, Liebe und Leben Temple, B. I33F- X90 Little, Robert W., 120 Locke, Audrey, 2I9FF Lockwood, Mrs., 139 Lovecraft, Howard P., 224 Loveday, Frederick C., Rahul, 142, I84F2I3 Lully, Raymond, 271 Macaulay, Rose, 237 MacDonald, George, 151 McGregor, Ian, No McGregor, Rob Roy, 43 Mackenzie, Kenneth R. H, 38, 52, 134,254 Mackenzie, Millicent, 192 McPherson, James, 96 F. Mirth, Oscar, 278 Mayer, Michael, 282. Maithala, Sri Swami Svayam Prakashananda, 295 Maitland, Edward, 76, 168, I7 of. Mallarme, Stephen, 60 Malik, RH, 2 GFF. Martin, John, 62 Macefield, John, 144 Massey, Gerald, 122 Massey, MRS. G. Rosina, 122 Masson, Andre, 41 Master Jesus, The Guild of the, 186 Mathers, Samuel, 67 Mathers, Samuel Liddell, McGregor Mathers, 17, 20, 32, 35, 37, 39 FF, 5 off, 118, 125, I36 FF, End of Book Mathers, MRS. S. L. McGregor, Moina Bergson, 20, 32, 37 LF 49 F, 76,8 off, 90, 92 F, 103, ISF, 108, I36FF, 148, 160, 164, 167, 175, 184, IGFF. End of book. Mathers, William, 67 Mathers, William M., 64 Mathers, MRS. W.M., Mary Ann Collins, 64 Mom, William Somerset, 215 Morgan, Dr. Thomas, 120, 198 Mead, George R.S., 16, 24, 118, 173 Merlin Lodge, 193, 197, 199, 232, 245 Meyer, Kuno, 106 Merink, Gustav, 258, 271 Michaud, J, 142 Middleton, Lucy, 136 Miller, H. R, 229 Millet, 62 Mistral, 62 Milani, Helena, 157 Momsen, 62 Monsivitan Republic, the, 194 Monroe, John, I-94F. Moore, Hubert Stewart, 229 Moore Virginia, 61, 220 Morgenstern, Christian, 134 Morris, William, 127, 153 Myers, Frederick, 168 Nesbitt, Edith, MRS. H. Bland, Mrs. T. Tucker, 192, 227 FF. New Life, Brotherhood of the, 220 New Life, Fellowship of the, 220 New Life, Society of the, 220 Nicole, Maurice, 238 Nisbet, Robert B., 138 Nisbet, MRS. RB, 138 Norton, Thomas, 277, 282 Nuea Temple, the, 202, 246 O'Callaghan, John B., 120, 125 O'Donnell, Elliot, 289 O'Grady, Standish, 106, 159 O'Leary, John, 83 Off-Or, Miss, 50 Oaken, Lawrence, 22 Alcott, Col. Henry S., 168 Oliphant, Lawrence, 291 Ordo Templi Orientis, the, 29, 238 Ormond, Duchess of, Honoria Butler, 50 Ohm Temple, the, I-36F, 170 Uspensky, p. d. 25, 238 Paget, Dorothy, 153 Paget, Henry, 153 Paget, Mrs. H., Henrietta Farr, 153 Paracelsus, Theophrastus B., 104, 280.283 Patmore, Coventry, 62 Paul, Nancy M., 50 Powells, Lewis, 144, 224 Peck, William, 150 Pernity, Doma. J, 280 Pius IX, Pope, Pio Nono, 62 Polexfen, George, 172 Prasad, Ram, 248, 260 Psychical Research, The Society for, I-68F. Purser, Sarah, 157 Rakokze, The Master, 186 Rand, Helen, Winifred, 58, 136, 203, 232, 290 Ravenscroft, Trevor, 88 Rawson, Philip S., 287 Redway, George, 98 Regardi, Dr. Francis I., 36, 61, 99, 105, I-28F, I-93F, 255, 259, 264, 266 Reed, George W. McGregor, 122, I-24F, I-28F, 146. Reed, Dr. Robert A. F. McGregor, 52, 27F, 122, 202 Rowley, James, 125 Royce, Theodore, 204, 213, 295 Riemann, George F. B., 62, 258 Rilke, Rainer Maria, 268 Rambo, Arthur, 62 Ripley, Sir George, 271 Robertson, Olivia Manning, 156 Robinson, Lennox, 161 Rosenkreutz, Father Christian, 35, 120, 216, 243, 262 Rosenroth, Norvon, 73. Rosiver, Canon, 197 Roscher, Charles, 84, 118, I-24F, 129, 146 Rosicrucians, the, 20, 69, 131, 191, 202 Rossetti, Christina, 62 Rossetti, Dante G, 49, 62, 166 Rossetti, Gabriel, 62 Rosie Cross, The Fellowship of the, 201 Rug Gun, A, 203 Rua, Algot, 50 Ruskin, John, 49 Russell, George W. AE, 119, 136 Russell, Peter, 235 Sacred Word, The Hermetic Order of the Light and of the Darkness, 197 Saint Raphael, The Guild of, 197 Salvatore Mundi Temple, The, 202 Sampson, Harry, 127 Sayers, Dorothy L., 237 Secret College in London, The, 196 Sen, Bhima Pratap, 295 Sewell, Fr. Brocard, 145 Seymour, Colonel CRF, 186 Schonfield, Dr. Hugh J., 16, 194 Scruton, Mr. Justice, 92 Shakespeare, Olivia, 153, 161 Sharp, William, Fiona MacLeod, 84, 92, 97, 118, 140, I-66FF. Sharp, Mrs. W., Elizabeth, 166 Shaw, George B., 152, 161, 192, 223 Shaw, Mrs. G. B., Charlotte, 16, 192 Shirley, The Honorable Ralph, 220 Shumway, Ninett, Fro, 214 Sigerson, E. 2 Simpson, Alice, 90 Simpson, Elaine, 90, 290 Sinnott, Alfred P., 152, I-68F. Sinnott, Mrs. A. P., Patience, 168 Zion, Llewellyn, 120 Smaragdum Thalas's Temple, The, 192, 217, 245 Smith, G.W., 117, 125 Sobieski Stewart, The Brothers, 77F. Societas Rosicruciana in Anglia, The, 70, 75, 83, 88, 93, 120, 131, I-7 of, 243, 245 Solomon, King, 2GN, 108 Spare, Austin O, 205, 222 Spengler, Oswald, 287, 296. Sprengel, Fraulein, 75, 132, 170, 190 Stella Matutina, The Order of the 32, 138, 142, 150, 170, 173, 175, IGFF, I-95FF, 215S, 228FF, 268 Steiner, Rudolph, 197, 199, 216, 232 Stockholm, Alice B., 292 Stoddard, Christina M., 134, 201 Stoddard, Walter McGregor, 78 Stoker, Bram, 144 Stuckley, Dr. William, 122 Simons, Arthur, 225 Simons, John, 44, 191 Taylor, Bayard, 36 Taylor, Henry, 61, 127 Thomas Temple, the 181 Theocratic Unity, the Order of 179 Theosophical Society, the N8F, 124, 134, 136, 155, 157, 173, ISSF, 197, 247, 254 Thoreau, Henry D., 62 Thoth Hermes Temple, the 99, 139, 181 Thiessen, Dr. Thiessen, Tilson, 134 Todd Hunter, Dr. John, facing P 129, 153 Toland, John, I-22F. Tollendal, Lally, No Tolkien, J.R.R., 234 Tolstoy, Leo, 60 Toulet, Paul Jean, 222 Tranchell Hayes, M.R.S. Mia, Mrs. Curtis W. Ebb, 138, 142, 150, 217, 245, 271 Trismosin, Salomon, 104, 272. Trithemius, Abbot Johann, 75 Truman, Thomas, 140 Tucker, Thomas T., 228 Turner, Robert, 276 Underhill, Evelyn, Mrs. H. Stewart Moore, 140, 200, 203 229 FF, 235, 238 Vadim, Roger, 224 Valentine, Basil, 277, 282 Valiente, Doreen, 39 Varian, Susan, 157 Vaughn, Rev. Thomas, 224, 277, 284 Verlaine, Paul, 16 Vinci, Leo, Aleister Crowley, 92 Vrihapita Temple, the 269 Waite, Arthur E., 61, 99, 129, 136, 140, I7 of, 193, IGF, 210, 216, 222, 226 F, 23 off, 238, 25 of, 259, 288 if. Wait, Mrs. A.E., Ada Lakeman, 203, 231 Wait, Mrs. A.E., Mary B. Schofield, 203, 231 Wait, Miss, 203 Wallace Budge, Sir E.A., 140, 229, 245 Waters, Ada, 84, 90 Watkins, John M., 98, 100 Watts, G. F., 20, 42 Webb, James, 228 Weber Smith, Colonel James, 90, 143, J. 93 Weir, Mrs. Evan, IGF, 28, 32, 40, 44, 46, 50, 59, 80, Isf, 174 Weiser, Samuel, 99 Wellesley Colley, Gabrielle, 57 Wells, Herbert G., 192 Westcott, Dr. William Wynne, 22, 36F, 69F73, 7SF-81, 89F, 98F, 104, 118, 120, 129, 132, 134, 140, 143, 154, 16,911, 190, 216, 226L, 246F, 253C, 272, 291, 294 Wheatley, Dennis, 193 Whitting, C. J, 69 Whitty, Michael, 139 Wild, Oscar, 293 Williams, Charles W. S., 200, 203 F, 230, 23 F, 238 Wilson, FAC, 108 Wynyard, Anthony C., Tony, I4 Iv. Woodford, Reverend A.F.A., 74, 172 Woodford, Louisa, 57 Woodman, Dr. William R., 70, 75, 119,129, I7 Iv, 176, 190, 247 Worthington, Miss, 16, 24 Yates, Dr. Francis, 35 Yates, John B., 172 Yates, William B., I6F, 33, 35, 38, 4 Iv, 52, 55, 61, 68, 71, 73, 75 F, 8 off, 84 F, 88, 93 F, 2, 106, IO8 F, 114, G9, 123. 36, 138, 140, I43 FF-152, 161, 164, 167, 169, 172 if, 192, 195, 216, 2I9F, 238, 248, 261. 264, 266, 268, 275, 288, 296, 298 Yates, Mrs. W.B., Georgie Hidleys, 8 Iv, 173, 175 Young, Ella, 157 York, Gerald, 29, 105, 139, 288 Zeta, Elman, 35 Zoskia Cultus, B, 205.